back to Final Fantasy for us. I just forgot something, but I'll fix that while I explain a couple things. One, you may notice there's a new model in play. Well, technically, it was supposed to be a live 2D model, but a lot of things have gotten in the way of that getting done, so that didn't end up happening yet. But we'll get to that when I actually manage to get to that point. But I quickly slapped together a PNG tuber version of him this morning, just so we at least have the new thing in action, feel out how y'all feel about it and everything. Love to see the fact that the dashboard is immediately doing weird things, but we don't worry about that. Last we left off our joyous little band of here. They were a level lower, and we had struggled our way through that swampy hellhole where the crown was kept. We had retrieved the crown as well, as you see here, from the instant death dealing little pain in the arse, that thing it. Now, we are a level higher now because I spent a little bit of time doing some grinding. Not a ton of it, just a little bit. I'm gonna let you guys see everybody's stat blocks, so get an idea of what those levels did for them. As you might imagine, not a whole lot. The most important thing is Bard has Pure now, so that he can sort out poison and such at need, and has a couple casts of Fast. Because I figured out of the level 4 spells, that's the most likely to be useful on immediate. His level 4 spells are, of course, quite expensive. And I didn't want to do so much grinding that I bought all of those for yet. Everybody still has the same weapons they had at the end of the last session. I apparently didn't get Bard a Silver Sword. I thought I did. But that's okay. When we head back to Elfland, we can pick him up a Silver Sword, because we'll probably have the money for it by that point. I did get some hats, Bard and Stab specifically, so they have slightly protection. I realized that they could wear them, so there was no reason for them not to have those little 80 gold hats. I also could have swore we had a copper thing for Cook, but I think we lost that during one of the deaths, and I only just now noticed that. So we'll probably get that sorted out when I come back to Elfland as well. Now, you may be thinking, come back to Elfland? Isn't that where you left off? Correct. We are here with the witch because this is where we drop off the crystal. I figured I'd save at least some of the walking while I was grinding, walking my way here. We can get that sorted out straight away. Is for those who may have forgotten, we need to exchange the crystal with the witch here in order to get the herb to wake the elf prince. Or at least that was the running theory we were operating under. Prince? Herb? I'll trade the most powerful herb to get my crystal back. Oh, I can see. There we go. You have no more business here. Go. And I did talk to the brooms and find out what we were told before about the fact that they say push B select backwards. So that's how you find out about the world map, as was discussed last time. So yeah, that brings you up to date on what we've currently been doing and where we're currently at. If you did not see the first session at all, more or less the main thing that's currently been happening is our 4 heroes here are the ones that were graced with those 4 magical orbs that have turned cloudy, so they've gone on an adventure to bring light back to the world, basically at the behest of the king we met at the beginning. To our knowledge, was never actually named in any way. Might be named in the manual. Not really sure on that. So we went and beat up Garland, who had kidnapped the princess. After returning the princess to that kingdom, went off and beat up the pirate Bick over in... Hang on, let me pull out the map and that'll help you have some context of where these things have occurred. That town slightly down and right of us, above the mess of lighter green there, that's where Bick the pirate was. We beat him up to save that town, and we received his boat as a reward for that, which is how we got down to Elfland, which is that big glowing square down at the bottom. We've also visited the dwarf village inside that almost eye-shaped light green block down and left of where we currently are, which is how we found out some of the pieces of information we needed in order to find Elfland and do everything I talked about. Yeah, that's quite literally all that happened, other than a lot of grinding. I spent a good long time, unfortunately, stuck because of the poison dungeon. If I had been paying more attention to gear, I would have gotten the silver sword and the armor replacement sorted out off camera. That one's on me. It's fine. Not really gonna be a big deal. Is more often than not Bard in any serious fights is probably gonna be casting magic alongside Cook. Which I should probably go back over their names as well for those who may have missed last time. Our fighter is Stump, because he is about as smart as a stump, and he'll probably also be the last one standing in any situation when everyone else gets cut down. Bard is the red mage of the team, and he's called Bard just because red mages kind of look like bards to me. They always did when I was younger, and, well, the name kind of just stuck. Stab is our thief. His specialty is supposed to be stabbing. He mostly just stabs himself in the foot, though. He's not exactly good at his job. And then Cook has a dual meaning for him as well. He is our black mage. He's meant to be cooking enemies, but he has spent most of his time just kind of cooked. So, you know, that's where we're at on all of that. Quickly sail back to Elfland in order to save the day there. I never did get you lightning too. It's fine. Stabbity death it is then. Stabbity, stabbity, stabbity death. You can lightning one of them. I think that guy. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured was gonna happen. Is somehow no one was gonna hit anything. These guys are really no threat to us at this point. They're just a mild inconvenience. Gotta get through them to carry on. So, they will die. I could run from them, and it would arguably be faster. But, may as well pick up the little bit of cash we're gonna pick up this way. I'm hopeful to see a band of pirates show up because they're going to be worth a good chunk of change on our way back, but I suspect we're not going to get that lucky. The Bard may be making do without a silver sword a fair amount of time. Let's see, 300 gold for dealing with those Sagan, so it was worth doing. I also did forget to turn back on. They quickly do that. Not centered anymore, but I'll fix that properly later. There we go. I don't think we really need the flashing light ring super badly, but I feel better having it there. quickly go get the copper armor thingy before I forget about that. Then we'll go see the Elf Prince. Get him sorted out. No, I guess he'll be Elf King by that point. Either way. And you might be thinking, well, why don't you just go back into the dungeon and go get the copper thing, since apparently you missed grabbing it. I would rather grind to get the extra 1,000 and go back in there. So how much did that even do for you? 3 more absorption. That's actually not terrible. Not really anything remarkable. That still leaves him with much less defense than literally anyone else, but it's better than nothing. He is now properly shielded with the power of Bling, as we discussed last time. May as well stop off at the inn while we're here. This way we get our spell casting back. We don't really need the inn for anything else, but the spell casting charges are important. Because for those who are unfamiliar, if we go into the magic menu, you'll understand immediately. They have spell cast counts and spell slots instead of magic points in this. So, our spell casting is quite limited. Now, back in the Elf Castle, see about doing what we came here to do. Oh, I guess I give you the herb, probably. Oh, this herb will release the prince from Astos' curse. Look, he's waking. They look very awake. Like words? Real? So, as legend says, I give you the mystic key. I feel fine now, thank you. So we have the mystic key. Now you might be wondering, why did you want the mystic key so badly? Well, there's a few things we can do with the mystic key. I believe one of which is here? Yeah, because if we go to that back room there, I believe the mystic key opens that as well. Really, it's just a key that opens, like, most every locked door we've encountered, so it is a very to have. Even if it is rather silly that it even is a concept. Oh, goddammit. How do I get to that room? Can I just, like, walk to the side here? Yes, I can. Okay. Go fetch. Then you. I even needed the key. Oh yeah, there we go. Found a silver hammer. Found 400 gold. Found 330 gold. Found copper something. Like, kind of like a copper knife or something? It's not a weapon. Right? You can use the silver hammer. That by chance then that's 26. That is 37. That is not strong. Can you use the hammer? Oh. Gonna assume that this was a white mage weapon. And since we don't have a white mage, that is useless. But we did get a decent bit of money for free, and the silver hammer I'm sure will sell for a solid chunk of change as well. I'm going to assume this game doesn't care about sword versus hammer for damage, so I'm not going to worry about keeping the silver hammer. Yeah, that's worth a solid bit. Remember, it is only going to be half that value. But I think that's fine. That gets us closer to getting the silver sword card. Now you can see it right there, Zeri. You're doing well today. Like I said, it's not particularly new, because a bunch of people have been shown it already. But I figure, you know, it's new to stream because it has not been put on screen yet. Till now. Oh yeah, that's the other thing I should have addressed. I bought a few cures and a few healing potions. Convenience. Just a couple. Which that's what I was kind of annoyed with myself about not having bought the gear about, is the amount of money I spent on healing potions and such. Save time. Please. Thank you. I just wanted to get something off my phone screen, and it was just like, okay, you want me to do 7 things other than what you told me? You got it, boss. Okay, so what we're doing... Oh yeah, we want to go back to Astos' castle to open that one particular room. See what's in there. Oh no, the ogre and his band of creeps. Whatever will we do? Anyway, just gonna set all of you on fire, don't mind me. One of you two will manage to burn them all. Is it overkill? Absolutely. But you know what? These things deserve a little overkill. There we go. Sweep that screen nice and clean. Another 240 gold for us while we work our way back up to the castle. I went slightly the wrong. I need to go around the water over here. Not even gonna do anything special here, we just need to attack and we'll win this. Even Cook can sometimes down one of these Wilson ones things. Non-issue. Of course, you know, Stab would do a better job of doing that if he would actually hit anything. We also didn't even look at what the copper thing we picked up did. I just completely blanked on that because of the whole silver hammer thought process that went awry. Which that shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody. There we go. The field cleared. There is a slight bit of jank to the new model as well. I won't say what it is, but if you pay attention, you'll spot it. There was a slight adjustment I made on the fly, because I realized I needed to adjust something, and then I did not actually properly follow up. But it's fine. Without me mentioning that, more than likely most people won't even notice that it is there at all. Gotta quickly circle around here. Hey, 7 stream streak, hooray! Lucky number 7. Just in time to get this jackpot of whatever's in here. Oh, this seems like a problem. So these chests were crap, huh? Okay, fine. Got a bunch of images to fight. We're here last week when I started it, I do believe, yeah. There we go, 1 image down. Lightning bolt. Fire might have been better against these because I presume these are undead. I wanted to see lightning. We haven't used the lightning 2 yet. Going down the line. We're gonna be going back to town after this anyway, so fine. They're really just bullying Bard, and it's upsetting. Yeah, Fire 2 was a better choice for these, absolutely. And this is why it was important to get Fire 2 is because it actually lets him clear fields, and that's a lot of money. What's in these boxes? Falchion. Oh, is there gonna be... Yep, there's gonna be enemies at every single one. Okay, that's fine. You're out of fire twos. That's okay. Curious. Nope, they probably can't be put to sleep, but I figured it would be funny. Oh wow, they are not that strong at all. Nowhere near as strong as the images. The images weren't that strong either. 600 gold from these. Power Staff. Iron Thing. What's that? Not. I don't even know what these are meant to be. Equipment? You can equip the copper one, which means you probably can equip the iron one. Can. And copper one? How about... Can anyone else equip whatever these things are? Oh. Okay. Very good. Once again, Stump gets all the things in the world because he can equip, like, everything. And no one else can. But I'm going to assume the Falchion is something Stab can use, and let's see if the Power Staff is something Cook can use. There we go, Falchion, and you can use the Power Staff. Okay. So, before we do any of that, let's actually look at the numbers they currently have. So, 20 damage become... 22 damage. That is a slight improvement. And with Cook, 10 damage becomes... probably nothing. May as well look. Becomes 15 damage. His accuracy hit the floor, but that's okay. Now all these boxes are empty. Just a little bit, and then we're gonna go stand in front of that box. So that we trigger whatever fight's supposed to be there, too. Because clearly we can bypass these fights by just opening the boxes from the side. 5 mummies. Oh, no. Anyway, I'm gonna just set them on fire now. They might not even... Yeah, they're not even gonna last more than this turn. 5 mummies. They missed. 1,500 gold. So, remember that thing we were taught, though, where these fights are repeatable? So if I want to grind some money right fast, and I do kind of feel like doing that, might fight some mummies and things for a bit here. Stab's actually doing things. Oh my god. I do like the look of the Falchion, though. The fact that they actually gave it a unique sprite is nice. There's probably going to be another weapon that has the same sprite, but at the very least, it's one we hadn't seen yet. What I should probably do, as far as money grinding goes, is probably fight the images. This seems to be a guaranteed 6. So it's guaranteed to be more money and more experience. I'm not gonna do a lot of this. Like I said, I just want to play around with it a little bit. Now, does that give Stump a 3rd hit? That's something I want to... No, he's stunned, so we're not gonna find out. Thanks, game. Killed most of the images in one go. You love to see it. You shouldn't need to do anything else at this point. Just whack. In. That one. Yep, that is 3 hits, so down goes that one. There we go. That's enough gold to sort out mistakes that were made. 1,000. We need just a little bit more. I could get level 11 for Bard right now if I do, but that's the other reason why I'm not gonna sit there and repeat those, is I don't want to gain too many easy free levels. That definitely sorts out remaining money issues for the next, like, 5 minutes. Don't even really need to use magic on ogres anymore. They are more than strong enough to just chop them down. I really only use magic these fights at this point when there's like 5 things on the screen, just because chopping through 5 things takes more time than I'd like to spend on it's like this. This is a bit more annoying. But I'm also out of fire dudes, so mild inconvenient. And his physical is higher than his magic still. At least when he uses Fire 1. Fire 2 he does fine with. Fire 1 is just not that good a spell. Worth it for to use, because it's still better than his physical attacks, but I think I'm better off just having Bard swinging wildly at things. I know. The spell did slightly more damage to the creep, but he may have also low with the sword. Basically, all I did with the grinding, by the way, was just walk in circles around Elf Town. And just keep going to the inn over and over again. Basically, every time I ran out of spell charges, I'd walk back into the inn, walk back out, keep walking in circles. That was the entirety of, like, a total of 2 hours. I did an hour of grinding like that on Saturday night after we did the Castlevania crowd control session, and then I did a little bit more this morning. So more of that was just double checking things and buying a couple things, rather than doing any actual, like, legwork. Hey, Cook got another kill. Let him go. And there's Bard's level 11. Go ahead and hit the inn before we get our full spell charges back. Wait, did I learn that you could use the silver? Is that the problem? No, you can use a silver sword. Okay. But you'll get a hand-me-down silver sword. And Stump will get the new one. I wanted to double-check, though, to make sure that we didn't have any unfortunate surprises in that regard. That hit me right as I was doing that, like, wait a minute. Is there gonna be a problem here? We do have some stuff to sell now. Like the old short sword, that's no longer needed. Saber and the Falchion are the same price, which is interesting. But if it comes out that the Saber has some advantage, we can always come back and buy, I suspect the Power Staff may have an ability, because that's a lot of money. We'll figure that out in the future, I'm sure. That's more money than we've had at one time at all this playthrough so far, so that's jarring to see. We already sorted out this problem, but I don't think there's anything else left for us to buy in that regard. Is there a spell that I wanted to pick up while we have the money? You already have Fast, Fire 2, Lightning. already have Fire 2, Cure 2 on Pure. I think we're done in this magic shop. This is just Fire 2, Hold, Light 2, and Lock On 2. If anything, I'm probably gonna be looking at the level 4 magic again, but I'm just gonna double check this shop, make sure I'm not forgetting something that might be useful. Because you can't heal, and you can't use Harm 2. I could get Fire Protection, but I don't think he has space for another level 3. Was it? No, he has room for another level 3. So if I wanted to get Fire Protection, I could. But I just don't see it ending up mattering enough. Cut to somewhere in the future where I get nuked with a fire spell, and I'm just like, you know, maybe I should have invested in protection from fire. No, not Stump. Stump can't learn any magic. Yeah, we got a Ice Protection of Fear and a Protection from Asylum. At least I'm assuming that's what that is. Get the spell list back up, because I forgot to do that. Level 4 white magic, that is... Yeah, cures the mute status effect, so it's only a cure, it's not even a protection from it. And yeah, the nulls are only half damage, not protection entirely. So I don't know how much I care about that. At the same time, like I said, I have the money. Might actually be worth grabbing if you make the enemies attack each other. That could be fun. Oh, actually, Bard can learn haste as well, so I might just get both of them to have haste. This way I can both of the main melee attackers immediately without burning too much time. You want Ice 2 though, because that is damage to all enemies again. And it's slightly more damage than Fire 2. So I think what we're gonna do is just pick up Ice 2 now. I don't want to rely on you. I don't trust it enough. I don't know if it works properly, and I don't know how consistent it is. So I'd rather take a guaranteed damage option. Yeah, let's grab that. And let's quickly go get rid of the extra things we have that we can't use. Specifically the one extra thing, I think. Dang it. Carrying it? You're carrying. Still don't know what this is. It's only worth 2. It's only worth 100. Get rid of it anyway. Worst case, I find out later that those are actually useful for something else, and I'll just be sad. That's just how it goes sometimes. Now, if I consult my notes... we have... I've actually cleared up everything we... except for the fact that we need to go back to First Town with the treasury. quickly swing back to the starting town. See about what's in the treasury at the castle here. Treasury we have to go the long way around to get to. With a bit of luck, there might be something we need in here. In reality, well, we'll see. I just bought that silver. Now we got another. There's a saber we don't need anymore. An iron staff we also don't need anymore. There's the TNT we needed. An iron shield, which we already have one of, and iron armor, which we already have. Well, that's good money at least, but the important thing is getting that TNT for the dwarves. They can blast that canal that they want. Reasons. It'll benefit us, though, because we can take our boat through the other side. Go ahead and get rid of the extraneous things we got that we don't need here in this town while we're here. You don't have the extra sword. You've got the extra. Oh, that's not a silver sword, that's a silver knife. Good thing I didn't just immediately sell that. I'll sell the saber and the iron staff, though, because those are useless things. That cleans that up. Get rid of the extra iron armor and the extra iron shield, because nobody can use those. Iron shield. Where did the iron... The item count there doesn't make sense, but sure, we'll go with it. Okay, so that takes care of all of that business. Let's actually see about handing that silver knife off, then. Now that we know that that's not a silver sword. Me too. Nope, that's not useful to you. I mean, it'll probably be a little bit better for... Which makes me question what I'm gonna use the power staff for. Yeah, no, the power staff is technically stronger. His accuracy is almost double. If that, I think we'll hang on to the power staff in case it does something, and we'll have him use the silver knife then. Still didn't find the adamant we need for the dwarves to make us something cool. Also, quickly hit the inn just to save. Also a very cheap inn. And I think that does get us a spell charge back that we used. We ended up using much. Back to the dwarves. Over this way. Y'all don't know what you just walked yourselves into. You don't want anything to do with what we are right now. Oh hey, Stab's actually getting double hits now too. Is it partially rest? That's just absurd enough that I would believe it with the game. Even Cook is doing real damage now. Sometimes. Yeah, there's the door. Hey. Oh right, the only boat stop is here. That part. That's fine. Take us that long to get down. At least he didn't get a free poison. I really expected to be instantly poisoned and very upset. Thankfully, like I said, it's not that long a walk. Oh no, the ogre gets an early turn and does a whole 10 damage. Okay, I will get back to that thought. I'm done here. Okay, the one TNT... one down by himself. Already tunneled part of the canal and wanted the TNT to finish it. Wonderful. Nice work. Yes, yes, indeed, this TNT is just what I need to finish my canal. Now excuse me while I get to work. And poof, into the ether he goes to go use his TNT to make a canal. Because that won't have consequences. Oh, I loot sword. Dragon sword. Silver knife. Helmet. Silver. 575 gold. House. No, pocket house. Iron helmet. Cabin. Right, I think this was another one that needed the key. That's why we didn't go and get all that stuff already. Now, bear in mind what we were told last time, where these fancy weapons are not actually that good. For example, 37. I equip the dragon sword. 33. So unfortunately, we'll be keeping the silver sword, even though the dragon sword would be much more thing to use. And if I hadn't bought a silver sword for Bard, I probably would have passed on the dragon sword to him. And I would have just not bought the silver sword. That would have allowed for some variety. Oh yeah, the armor as well. Didn't look at the armor. So, I think the only thing that'll have any use is going to be the silver armor here. We slap that on Stump. Not even going to bother really looking too much at a... Hey, Absorb 29. That up. I'm actually going to look at that. Now I'm suspicious. Yeah, Absorb 35, so the silver armor is actually worse. Well, maybe somebody else can wear it, though. The iron helmet obviously does go to Stump, as he can, but... and you cannot. How about... for the silver? You can. Okay, that's better armor for Red Mage, then. Fantastic news. So 37 and 20, respectively. Helping Bard maintain his second-in-line status quite nicely. There's no shop here that I can recall, so we're gonna unfortunately have to lug around all that nonsense till we get to a shop. We got a smith here, but he doesn't, like, do business. He just makes things on demand. Already looted these, right? Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is just a guy that tells you something. Oh yeah, he mentions the treasury having the TNT, which I think I did read that last time, and I just forgot. Because I didn't write that down, because I'm like, nah, I'm gonna be going back to the treasury anyway, I don't need to write that down. So now I presume we just look around the vicinity to try to find that canal, and we use the canal to go elsewhere. We figure out from there what we're doing. No. if I'd stop getting jumped every 5 seconds, I might actually be able to see something. We're just gonna run for this because 7 of them is not worth my time. They probably just, yeah, they just blasted through right beneath their home. That's kind of what I figured. There's a nice skinny piece of land there. But I wanted to see it before I got in the boat and went all the way around. Only to be disappointed. Kind of funny that the only one not using a silver weapon is only not using a silver weapon because the weapon that would be right for him made out of silver is not better than just a random falchion we found. Willing to bet if we talked to more people, we might have more suggestion as to where to go and what to do right now having passed through the canal. But I think what I'm gonna do, now that we've passed through the canal, is just hit up that town that's right next to us there, and then see what information that garners us. Because this being right immediately after the canal indicates to me that this is probably where we're supposed to be next. So the amount of graves here is concerning. This town was invaded by the vampire. The clinic was destroyed and the town was cursed. Good. Good, I'm glad. Oh yeah, that's probably where the clinic used to be, right over there, huh? That's a shame. What kind of gear you got for me? Iron staff, saber, longsword, and falchion. Gonna assume that none of them matter. In fact, I think we had longsword. Right? So glad that the fancy treasury sword we found was immediately purchasable. Rid of this extra silver knife. Feels so bad selling the dragon sword. I might carry it around just as a status symbol. Or just keep it as pocket change. Keep the power staff for obvious reason. Okay, what level of magic is he? Level 5. So we got Cure 3, Life, Harm, and Hell. That's probably Heal too. So the AoE heal that we're not allowed to have. And we got Fire 3, Bane, and Sloat. Bane do. Bane is Scourge, which has a chance to instant kill all enemies cast on all enemies. Well, that sounds like fun, but probably not particularly useful. Warp wouldn't be the worst thing. It brings you back one floor in the dungeon each time it's cast. Or if you're at the exit, or if you're at the first floor, it exits the dungeon. That's not terrible, though. Probably not worth a level 5 slot. You know, that level 5 slot we don't even have yet. Old man might have something to tell me. Just through. South, Sarda, the Sage. Okay. Let me write that down. Go. Probably an important note to have. Shit. I'm a farmer. Good for you. The orb begins to shine again, the earth shall revive. Sarda's fear the evils of the cave. Good for Sarda. Yeah, you're the one who told me that already. I have the power of the orbs. Very good. I'm Jim. I hold Dwarf Village, but I'm here investigating. Good for you. Northern world. Prosperous civilization. Its ruins. Like most prosperous civilizations, they, the ancient people, know and make their ship float. Well, we were told about float in the dwarf village. So I presume eventually we will make our ship turn into an airship. Titan who lives in tunnel eats gems. He loves that down. You might wonder why I chose to write that in particular down. The capitalization is a hint. If something is capitalized, it probably matters. You've never heard of Dr. Un? No, I can't really say I have. I don't really know much about this world. Cave Scylla, southwest of this town. We didn't actually hear the name of town, but I'm just gonna mark it down as Ruined Town, because that'll be what I remember about it anyway. I probably wouldn't remember the name. Vampire of the Earth Cave is stealing the power of the earth. We need your help. So from drinking blood to drinking power, you know, probably an upgrade. Let's see, steel armor, silver amulet, iron helmet, copper earth airband? Still don't know what that's supposed to be. Or the iron, I don't know what it's supposed to be. Might be gauntlets. Gauntlets would also make sense for that little sprite there, and would make it make sense why only the fighter could wear it. But that shop is unfortunately pretty much only useful for our fighter, and he's kind of fine at the moment. Not to mention we don't have the money for that amount of price anyway. So I think we're done here. So we know where the vampire is, because we're just told the vampire is in the Earth Cave. Totally didn't just write in my notes, vampire, and then point an arrow at the Earth Cave or anything. Nope, not at all. Vampire be here. Let's have a look at our map. How's it going, Lark? Okay, yeah, so the dot sticking out on that little arrow point there, or to our southwest, is obviously where the Earth Cave is. And we got all that stuff to the left. And further as well. I doubt we're up to snuff for fighting a vampire right now, but you know, we may as well go poke our nose where it doesn't belong over there. Understandable, but hey, at least work's done. Got that going. Yeah. One could argue that the worst is over for the day. I'm surprised there's still basic wolves here on a whole other landmass. Yes, because I called him Bard. These are all decided names. Why do you think the fighter's named Stump? Or, you know, the thief named Stab may be a clue that maybe those aren't default names. can't blame me for that. You cannot blame me for that at all. Oh boy, everybody's stunned other than Cook. Please, Cook, kill everything as you do so well. We're eventually allowed to have somebody do something. There we go. That's pretty much why he's called that, yeah. He gets cooked and he cooks. These are the two sides of his name. He spent the first, like, half of last session dead, so he is very frequently cooked. But he did gain a level again, and let's do what we do every time Cook gains a level. Where's his strength at now? He has 6 strength now! Woo! Strongest wizard on the earth. Meanwhile, Stab, the perpetually disappointing thief. Not sure what you're talking about there, Lark, with whatever the it you're referring to there. I don't think these shadows are that strong. They hit instantly, it looks like, against Stump, but they're also burning all... They blind, that's fine. Blind doesn't even function in this game. And yeah, they're dying to regular hits, so these guys are a non-issue. Now we're in the Titan Tunnel. Oh, you must be the Titan. You're not gonna let me through without a ruby, are you? Passes this room. Now, Cook is Black Mage. We don't even have a White Mage on this team because I'm a fool. Who's decided to go more aggressive instead of having the sensible choice of having somebody that'll keep these clowns on their feet. Bard does have healing, though, so he'll be able to keep people alive in an emergency. I have opted for the if everything's dead, they can't hurt me strategy. Well, early on, this whole clown squad here needed healing, aside from Stump. Stump didn't care about much of anything until he got hit with instant death. Instant death was a bit of a problem for him. That's why he's the Stump of the team. He will be the last to stand, and after everyone else gets cut down. Honestly, we might be living in a better world if that was the case. I've said it and I'll say it every time. His Square as a company has done some good things, but they've also done quite a lot of, yeah, I'll just say bad things. Yeah. Bad thing. Yeah, he is the team's fighter. He is the only thing that holds this team together. Fair enough to deal with this. Yeah, why not? Then use one of Bard's Fire 2s, save Cook's Fire 2s for later. Damn spell slot limitations. Gonna need to heal down to 60. Anyway, everything dies now. There we go. Pray for depopulating more of the local wildlife. Yeah, Stump's desynced on level from everybody else because he got instant death by a boss fight. But yeah, just look at his stat line and you'll see why it fits that he's called Stump. 5 intelligence. It is very sad. In many systems, he wouldn't even be capable of language. Meanwhile, we got Bard over here with 16 intelligence. Even Stab has 12 intelligence. So he knows what to steal and what not to steal, even though he can't steal anything in this game because thieves are absolutely rubbish in this universe. And then we've got Cook with his 6 strength and 8 vitality, but 30 intelligence. It makes me laugh to no end that if Stump's intelligence is equal to Cook's defense. So who's really the smart one here? The one with lots of defense or the one with paper defense? I'll let you decide. Ken just walked down here to the Earth Cave, huh? Okay. Let's go beat up a vampire then. I figured I would have to go through the Titan Cave to get here. Oh, we got green ogres. Oh. I'm assuming it's supposed to be like Greater Ogre or something, but it's literally a green ogre with GR Ogre, so I'm just gonna call him Green Ogre. It might actually be just Green Ogre too, though. That is not outside the realm of possibility. Just stab him, it'll be fine. You go ahead and just set that guy on fire. Ow, Cook. That is his hit points. That used to be his hit points. Oh, he survived that turn, huh? That's a yikes. So anyway, how about you put him back on his feet and keep going. I don't really want to burn any of my better healing, or I should say better spell slots in general, really, here. Because it's just the 2 of them. Not really that impressed. See, there you go. There goes the green ogre. The green onion has been defeated. Now we just deal with the regular ogre that we've been fighting for a long time now. There we go. Considering we don't know what we're getting into going in here, we'll go ahead and slap a cabin down to restore everybody's full health and save the game. Well, it wasn't everybody's full health, but still. I mean, exactly, yeah. Unless you're a red mage. If you're a red mage, you can wear armor for some reason. I don't know what I was expecting for music in here. This wasn't it. This is fun. I enjoy this music. Just not what I expected out of a cave. Spiders. Everybody get poisoned again, right? These are also the same spiders I've fought before, so I don't know why... Hang on, I'm trying to check something and my phone's being stupid. Yeah, these are, yet again, the same spiders we've been fighting, so I'm surprised that they're here. I don't even know why I'm bothering to fight these spiders, honestly. All this is doing is meaning we're gonna be spending more of our pure items fixing the poison that's happening. And of course, they're too busy stabbing the corpse to attack the thing that didn't die. There we go, Cook. Way to go, buddy. Way to get a knife kill again. rid of that poison before it gets too out of hand. Make sure the party's in the correct order again. Because apparently they do get attacked in party order there. So don't want Cook any higher than he has to be. Oh, you're just kind of here, huh? Okay. I don't know what your deal is, so let's not be too hasty here. I do think it's gonna be worth speeding Stump up a bit, so he hits more. Yeah, you know, as you do, you just fight the planet. Does seem like he is very physical resistant, which checks out for, I presume, an Earth Elemental. Position heal thyself, because you've just lost half of your health in one punch, so that's a concern. Just keep stabbing. Lightning would be a bad idea. Fire's probably not gonna press him. Let's try ice. There we go, 4 hits for 100, that's better. That didn't do much either. I think he's just generally really durable, as the Earth usually is. Never mind. Anyway, what's in the box? Found nearly 2,000 gold. So anyway, that happened. I mean, yeah. Look what happens to it all the time. Oh, that's a bunch of snakes that got ambush on us, huh? Ow. Ow. Thankfully, nobody got poisoned. So we got that going for us. So you're out of fire tube. That's not good. You know who isn't out of fire tubes, though? Yeah, I didn't anticipate these just dying from fire too particularly here, but I figured it would weaken them enough that everybody could clean house from like... The idea here is trying to avoid getting poisoned than we need to. Done. Everybody actually hit something this time. Fire 2 has been doing a great job so far. They are cold-blooded, so... You'd want to hit him with ice, but I was out of ice. Which, honestly, spell slot-wise, I should be kind of a little bit more careful walking around in here. Very low on spell slots. Speaking of, we've got more snakes. I think this time I'm just gonna have to stab him. Ow, he got crit. Alright, Zeri, have a good night. Understandable. To be honest, it's been a rough start of the year for a lot of people. Being tired a lot honestly makes sense. Not one where we could do that. I'll tell you that one right now, Lark. If I could change these guys to any other jobs at literally any point, I would have thrown Stab's job of thief away a long time ago and made him into literally anything else. That leads further down. Let's not go further down yet. That's a lot of spiders. I also probably should have healed Cook more than I did. But thankfully the worst of the spider attacks actually went to people that had defense. The arachnids don't hurt anybody at this point, so that's a non-issue. Once again, have to fix the turn order. To be fair, you would have gotten as much warning as I did when they just suddenly appeared on screen. There we go. Put the party back in order. Okay, nothing to the south. Except more snakes. Honestly, I feel like people would be more concerned about these snakes than they would be about the spiders. Speaking of things to be more concerned about, that seems like a problem. We saw iguanas earlier, so I'm not scared of that. I'm concerned about the giants we've never seen before. That's a concern. I'm gonna do a common sense thing here and make Cook invisible. I feel like he's about to become invisible. Yeah, unfortunately I don't have enough people that are good at hitting things really hard to be that confident in that plan. We will, however, go with the gold standard of set them on fire. There we go, setting them on fire worked. There we go. Hook has a greater chance to not get hit now, and he will hopefully live. He missed, haha! They wanted to kill the squishy mage, but you can't hit him, so you can't kill him. The perfect strategy. You can only kill what you can hit. They are taking a lot of hits. There we go. Just needed Stump to get a crit. Oh, Bard also got a crit. Look at them go. They understand they're in danger right now. They're actually trying. That's a lot of gold. That's worth 2,000 gold. I walked one step. I quite literally got to walk one step. Turns out they had friends waiting in the wings. Well, we still have ice, so you know what? Freeze! I'm now suddenly very concerned. And it's not because of the fight we're currently in that I'm concerned. I just had a realization about what this area might do here. Considering the way this game is coded, I'm wondering if we're in a weird situation where every tile here is set to force an encounter. Just like those chests we ran into where there's guaranteed encounters in front of them. If that's the case, that could be, you know, what's commonly referred to as a problem. Giant iguanas are no real threats. Like, this will be great for money and experience, but I can't help but notice that our resources are dwindling rapidly. So let's heal up a bit and then gonna walk one more step forward, and if I get attacked again, then I will be inclined to think that my theory is correct. I'm so glad I bought a stupid amount of health potion. There we go, that'll be enough in case we do get into another fight. Hey, what do you know? I got into another encounter taking one step. I think I might be onto something here. What is this hallway? Why is this hallway encounter hell? Joke's on them, though. They sent just one giant this time. They're running out of soldiers. Looks can be deceiving. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Or when I take their ankles out from under them. I've spent a long time having to take out ankles. I can keep doing this all day. I mean, even if they don't have a lot of mass, look at those ankles. They're very skinny ankles. They'll be very easy to trip. This is true. They won't fall hard, but they'll still fall long enough for me to kill them or run away. Considering the current situation, I am going to hard a little bit. And we're gonna start walking back, because this is starting to get a little too spicy. With the current amount of no spell slots we have left. While we can win these small encounters with no spells, I have a strong concern that the second we get through encounter hallway here, it's going to throw something bigger at me, and I'm going to be very sad. Crit, good crit. That iguana is very dead. Really just killing the iguana because it straight upsets me, more than anything. It really does not look like any kind of iguana or any kind of lizard. It just looks like a mess, and it needed to go. Because it looked like it was drooling its tongue out, like it wasn't even the tongue coming out. It just was so flat off of there that it looked like the tongue was liquid. Nothing about that was okay. Okay, we're free from encounter hallway here. Hi snakes, bye snakes. You're not even the strong one, so I don't even have a reason to fight you. Just getting out of here. We're gonna go back to town, rest up, and then come back. Hi, ogres. They just don't have time for you. I gotta tell ya. Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful to you for bringing me your money, but I've got other things to do and other places to be right now than dealing with 3 ogres. 1 ogre now. Like, they should have at least brought their big green brother, the Jolly Green Giant. That would have at least mattered a little. Yeah, I thought I was going. Picking up some of your low-level spell slots here. I don't really use Basic Cure anymore, because it does, like, nothing for us. But it'll do enough for the moment to walk us out of here. Since most things we're gonna run into on our walk back to town are gonna do, like, 5 damage to most of the characters. Hey, look, there's the Jolly Green Giant, as requested. Everybody, shake him down for his green beans. So anyway, that problem's taken care of. There we go. Great success. You still have a bit of a walk ahead of us to get back, then. And we just make sure not to use extraneous spells along the way back to be able to get some work down there again. Crit, good crit. Down goes the big green again. That's that. Surprised if a couple of these guys are getting close to level 12. That'll be nice. They also have how much money now? Yeah, you know, just a casual 18,000. 4,000 was a lot. Wasn't 210 experience, 700, 330, 784. Yep, is in this reality, Bard, I think, is the only one who has not died. I say in this reality because we ended up having to load out of at least one reality so far. Because we actually had a full team wipe. We have only had one team wipe this entire game so far. Do you even have the ability to cast level 5 spell? So it's arguable whether it's even worth spending the 8,000 on teaching him any magic for level 5 yet. I was gonna get him the revive spell, but if he can't cast it, there's not really any reason to have it. Oh yeah, this shop is you. I don't know if you aren't. I think even with 18,000, the armor is more than that. Yeah, the armor's 45,000. That is more than a little bit out of our price range, but we can get the silver armor. Make him a little more sturdy. Get him some better bling. Okay, let me... Just 5. Yeah. With this thing, it 16, that is a big jump. He gained 11 armor from putting that silver bracelet on. God damn, we also have a bunch of random armor we should probably get rid of. You're wearing all of that, so you're good. Wearing the silver armor chain. You're carrying around that wooden helmet you can't wear. Don't need that copper thing anymore. Nor do you need that wooden helmet. You can't wear it. There we go. So Cook's life expectancy has greatly increased. Okay, yeah. Everybody's wearing everything they're carrying. Good. Yeah, he's got more absorption than stab now. He has almost as much as Bard. It's absurd how much defense that silver bracelet gives. I feel like it's more likely that Cook is gonna get his level 5 spell slot first. So we're gonna go ahead and grab Fire 3. Sure that I had the right selected before I did a stupid. Go. He now has Fire 3 that he cannot currently use, but soon he will be able to use it. Because if they learn their level 5 spells at level 12, like I'm hoping, is he learned level spell a couple levels ago now. There's decent odds that he'll gain his next spell level. Here's. Yeah, I don't think there's any docks down that way. I was considering whether there might be a dock down closer to the Earth dungeon, but I'm betting there isn't. Hyenas, we haven't seen those yet. You know what we do with things we haven't seen yet? Everybody get it! Okay, that was not as tough as I feared it might be. Might be the next step up from perhaps. Like wolf, greater wolf, and hyena. Even though that would not be the natural progression too much. Did rest everybody. Yeah, everybody's got their spells. Which I suppose could just do another fight or two close by and see if Bard gains his next spell slot or not. That'll then tell me if Cook's gonna get his or not. Potentially. There's no guarantees with that, of course. If he does, it'll be easy enough to just pawn off the Dragon Sword or something to get the rest of the money. And then more than likely get revived first. Just to make sure we have a means of getting somebody back to life if they die in the field so they don't get too far behind in experience. Won't be able to do it often, so we obviously still can't afford to have people dying. Okay, Billy. Are you done? I'll give you a hint. Yes. Yes, you are. Really don't be getting through here without some expense. Strength up, agility up, luck up. And he did not gain his next spell slot. That doesn't mean that Cook isn't gonna get it, but it does prove my theory out that at the very least he isn't getting it. So we aren't gonna have revive for this trip. It's just gonna have to be acceptable. Here we go. Thankfully not that long a walk back. Especially if I don't waste my time fighting 6 wolves. Thank you, Bard, for getting us out of that encounter. I just see the little peninsula right down here. More than likely gonna get a bunch of people stunned here, and decent point. Stump is stunned. Stab is also stunned. Great, the 2 people that weren't paralyzed failed to run. Come on, get us out of here. I don't really want to burn a fire 2 to clear that. That's about the only way we're clearing that quickly, with 6 enemies. Oh no, you blinded the fighter. And the mage. Oh no. Anyway, we're... Literally blinded all but one party member and it doesn't matter. Okay. Did we? I know the other way was encounter... Oh! So Encounter Hell was part of just this loop here. This just loops back. So Encounter Hell was entirely pointless. That's a lot of gargoyles. Bought these before. I'm not too concerned about them. Just go ahead and chop through this. Oh, so they're hitting 3 times and doing, like, no damage to Bard, for example. Just like, meh. They're dangerous to stab and cook, and that's about it. Admittedly, not even sure if this is really going to be worth doing. But they bothered to send 8 gargoyles, so I'm like, you know, fine. Deal with this. What I can also do is just walk back to the entrance I forgot to save way back in anyway, and just use a cabin outside. We have a bunch of cabins, which I specifically purchased for this very purpose of saving more often, by the way. They're not even necessarily to heal, they're to save the game. I was originally gonna save state whenever I got to a dungeon just to save time. Now that we have the money to have the cabins to do it the proper way, I'm gonna do it that way. We did lose a fair whack of health off of Stab at the very counter because they all decided he needed to die. But, you know, understandable. If I were them, I'd want Stab dead too. These Cobras are not going to be worth my time because they're probably going to poison me. And we're out of here. Amend my error by stepping over here and placing the cabin. Yes, save the game. Didn't fully heal Stab, which is annoying, but fine. We carry all of these healing potions. Now that we're starting to cart around more money, I could start also spending the money on houses to get spell slots back on the fly. The wrong stairs down where the far right. Air, fighting Cobra. Bye. Okay, we did the whole I'm gonna fight the pile of gargoyles bit once. Not doing it a second time here, Dan. Not even 8 gargoyles that time. Fucking bad. Out of my way. But bats everywhere have been something we need to do or get. As far as, like, there being something to eat there. So, clearly we need to be here. And considering we're dealing with a vampire, bats being around also makes sense. So he might just be, like, right in that building down there. We just gotta find our way there. Time either. Thank you. It's kind of disappointing how this place is predominantly populated by the same enemies we fought in the last dungeon. I bet this is gonna need a key. Oh no. And it wasn't where the... Well, it wasn't where the boss is. Just an element. Hey bud, we dealt with one of you already. You realize you're not gonna win this fight, right? Like, sure, you hurt. That's about all you got going on. hurt a decent bit, you have a fair whack of hit points, and you're just gonna lose. See? There you go. His problem is he's slow. Hey, stab level 12. Lots of stab. Hook level 12. Now, did you get your next spell? Did. So my prediction was correct. Hook gets his spell slot before Bard does, because the dedicated caster will get their spell slots sooner than a hybrid caster will. That just makes sense. But Bard has 222 hit points, so he's got that going. 575 shield and 5,000 gold. I'm willing to bet all of these chests probably have encounters in front of them. Green ogres, huh? This is something that fire doing. This is something that could actually be a bit of a threat. That'll soften them up basically for everybody else to clean a house. Oh my god, they all attacked Stump. And Bard. That's fine. Bard can handle as well, so that's totally fine. Actually. Out okay. Didn't kill, but did your best. You actually at least both hit, and I'm happy enough for that. Finish off that one. Attack that one. Attack that one. Help out. A Stump somehow doesn't kill that one. I kind of figured. There we go. 4 green ogres taken out without even using more than one spell. 1,000 gold. There's Stump's level 12. Get him caught up to everybody. And there's the Earth Elemental attacking us again on the way back out. The fact there wasn't a key item in here is interesting. But I assume that's because we're just not at the bottom floor yet. Good crits, guys. Come on, keep it up. Keep hitting him with hits like that, and we got this. There we go. Thank you for moving out of the way. He almost moved out of the way directly into where I was going to move around him, so it's going to be very embarrassing. The classic, like, okay, I'll step around this guy in the hallway. Other guy also has same idea at the same time, so you just stop each other like 3 or 4 times before somebody stops moving. Treasure. Corals. Cabin. Ambush. Bull and a troll. Troll looks like he's going through. Let's help them with that, with a bit of fire, shall we? Okay, this feels like something that's actually special, so we should probably just hammer them hard here. And trolls, you know, pretty well known for usually being vulnerable to fire. Minotaur's not exactly weak to fire, but not strong to it either. Yep, there we go. They hit really hard, so I think it was the right call to get rid of that quickly. 30 gold. Rip. Oh, that was not a static encounter, though, because it didn't happen again. Coral Sword. Is that better? Maybe? Yeah. You can! 6. 22, so yes, the Coral Sword is an upgrade for the Thief. He actually has... Now wait a damn minute. That means he can use some sword-marked swords. The fuck? This game. Does that mean he can use the dragon sword? Can. Fuck me. Not better than anything else he's using anyway. It would have been better than the Falchion, though, so he would have been slightly stronger before we found the Coral Sword. If I had known he could equip the Dragon Sword. I just ignored trying to give it to him because it had the sword symbol on. But hey, he's got a better weapon now, so there's that. There's some kind of hidden catch to the Coral Sword. To accuracy. 37, so no, his accuracy is even higher. I half expected it to, like, destroy his accuracy or something. It might make him slower. But I'm glad to see him finally getting just, like, a little bit more attack power. He still has less than, like, all of the physical attackers we have. But he's at least getting somewhere. Just bolster everybody up a little bit. Out of the way. Thank you. Okay, yeah, there's stairs further down over there. Terrible. Defeated these once, we can defeat them again. Bard's Fire 2s to soften these guys up a little bit. It's a pink sword. Look at that. Need to go back down to one hit, if that's the... Oh wow, 44 damage crit. There you go. God damn it. There we go, 2 hits, 119. So that was a critical hit as well as being 2 hits instead of 1. So I wonder if that, like, decreased his odds of getting a double hit into the instead of the Falchion. Maybe that's the trick. We are so eating through a healing potion. Like, as I said before, I bought that pile of healing potions in part because it'd be funny to have, like, 20 of them, and in part because I thought I was gonna need them, and lo and behold, I needed them. Actually, technically needed more. Down to 10. That's lovely. Confident I can't even use the tent down here, so it doesn't matter. 71 damage crit on the Griever, okay. It's slightly less damage than Stump, so he's actually doing decently with that sword. When he actually lands a hit properly. And that. Rain, you doing that thing again where you're gonna jinx me. Got red bats now. Got another staircase down over there, and we got ambushed by wolves that are gonna do negligible damage, and then we either kill them or don't. And we got poisoned by one of them. Hooray! Everybody's favorite thing, poison! Get back in your proper spot, Stab. This way you can save Cook from being stabbed. 3,000. This place is so good for money. Like, the fights are worth a decent amount. I changed my mind. I hate it here. This place is full, and I wish to leave. That seemed worth fire toing properly, because that could have been a stun fest, and I would have been very annoyed. Gone through enough spell charges now that I'm starting to get a little nervous. Any of you special? Why does an earth elemental in it? Is there something hidden in here? That's a very good crit right there, 160. Gonna be able to one-turn him? We one-turned him, nice. I mean, admittedly, it took a couple crits to one-turn him, but we still did it. You know, ignoring the fact that Cook is, you know, a little bit cooked again. Can I use the vent in here? Not use it. I'm gonna assume this room is just a death trap, considering we've now walked a step and found another earth elemental. I'm assuming this room is just a fuck you trap. Because you probably will end up assuming the same thing I am, where, oh, maybe one of these bats tells you something. So you go in and go out of your way to try to talk to the 3 bats, only to get jumped by earth elementals every step. A dick move by the game here. We're gonna run. Kill them pretty quickly, but honestly, they drain enough health and resources that I don't know if it's worth it. Though, with how we ended up failing to run here, I'm getting the feeling that this might actually be a genuine you are allowed to run. And we're losing just enough resources at the point that I am confident we'll be able to finish this place off. Holy shit, they just almost killed Stump. Glad I chose to heal him. It's not gonna be enough if he gets hit again. That's what I get for being cheeky and just trying to run away from one, apparently. The good news is, all we have to do is go back topside and we can use the house. Oh no. No, no. No. I know what that meant. No, no, no. Absolutely fucking not. That's definitely where the vampire is, down there. That definitely looks like a coffin. But, in case anybody doesn't understand why I got so very concerned there, very suddenly, when a bunch of birds appeared on screen, those were cockatrices. They were going to turn people to stone. And I only have a cure for that right now. I only brought 1 soft, because we hadn't encountered anywhere where I needed that yet, so I'm like, I'm gonna hedge bets and carry 1 just in case, but they're 800 each. I, of course, didn't buy a lot of them. But having 1 on hand seemed like a good idea. Getting chewed up by this, though. Despite having, I presume, the best gear we can get our hands on, and being decent level. Fuck that. Whoever kills it with fire first, thank you. Thank you. Get that off my screen. That was what is commonly referred to as not okay. Got a long hike ahead of us to get out of here, though. Right side, we know exactly the path to take, so we can shorten the trip back significantly. I say, thinking I know the way back. We are not in any shape to get me out of here. Thank you, Stab. Doing what your class is supposed to be good at. Mentioned last time, but apparently thieves were supposed to have, like, guaranteed escape, and they don't. Almost out of here. We're at the stairs to the first floor. That doesn't mean we're out of danger. It just means less danger. Gotta. Let us deploy the house. Save and recover magic. Didn't quite fully heal people, but that's okay. Important to have gotten those spell slots back. In hindsight, I should have used the last of my cure spells first, but I assumed it was going to fully heal. That is apparently my mistake, thinking that anything in this game was going to be kind to me. On the bright side, that did restore his one cast of Fire 3. So if it comes down to it, we have the nuclear option available to us. I also didn't use my Ice 2s on the trip in there. I was saving them for the... be able to use fast and such when we get to the vampire. But on the bright side, everybody has gained another level. We have tons of money. Well, I say tons of money. It's not enough money to buy the next armor for a fighter, but... get the point. Down the hole we go. You can run into bulls on the first floor. Anyway, we're getting away from that. My goal right now is to just kind of beeline to the vampire. Though a wiser man than I, instead of buying Fire 3, probably would have actually bought... So admittedly, we would only be able to cast warp, so we'd only be able to get away from one. That said, getting away from that floor where the coffin is, with how annoying the layout of that is, just because of how much they make you look around and everything, not have been something that I would have been too upset about, if I'm honest. Thankfully, recognized the wrong turn quickly, but still was an extra couple steps. Ogre. I'm genuinely just avoiding conflict as much as possible right now to try to preserve as much of our resources as we can. And of course they poisoned 2 people. Immediate attack there. Cure the poison. It's interesting how they didn't actually shuffle to the bottom that time, because Cook wasn't poisoned. Cook still ended up being in the third position, not the second position. So I guess there's a durability calculation that happens there, and they just still calculated Cook's durability to be lower than Stump's, even with the poison. There's images just here. Okay, good for them. I'm leaving. Bought like 4 of you already. I don't need. Go on to the right in here. About that after we deal with it. Get out of my way. Ooh. There. Good big boy. Deal with it. Stab. Get me out of there. Yep. Okay, it's just an Earthel. In hindsight, I should have taken a step to the side and seen if I could have gone around this encounter spawn, but I expected it to be like in the... We got all the way down here, and then you more or less got one shot. God damn you. All for 1,000 gold. And hate it here. We may as well check to see what other goodies are here. Oh, there's wizards. Lovely. Don't want to kill these wizards because it'll mean Cook's even further behind on experience. I'm not gonna have a choice. The game's not gonna let me run. You guys literally are worthless. They just die immediately. All they can do is hit a bit. That's it. I'm honestly sorely tempted to just load the damn save. Save us some time. Oh. Vampire's just kind of hanging out there. Okay. So he's not in the coffin. Just standing in... Okay. Come back to him in a minute after we bring Cook back to life. Which we're gonna have to haul his stupid ass all the way back to town. Unless Bard gains a level and learns how to fucking cure on the way back. Revive, rather. It's always Cook. It is just always Cook. Though Bard might be joining him at this rate. Thank you for getting a critical hit at a good time there, Stab. So much experience that Cook is missing out on again. God, your healing rolls are so bad. Because I stuck my nose into one fucking treasure room on the way down. Oh, not even fighting you. Not even doing it. Not risking people getting turned to stone and causing me even more expense. Not even that I would be upset. I would definitely be upset. But it would be more the expense that would aggravate me. Yeah, I'm trying to keep this adventuring party profitable here. People dying gets quite pricey quite quickly. Actually get away from this wizard bunch. Or am I gonna have to... I might have to revive a second character. I have to do here. They've decided to beat the absolute shit out of Stabs. Yep, there was just nothing to be done there. They outsped us enough that they just hit him again before the Cure 2 could go off. Great, great, I love this. I love when this happens. This is my favorite thing, when people end up with a experience deficit. And you two start dropping the fucking ball. I love when my party stops being good at anything.
Hello there.
Hey, Callista, how's it going? Just running back out of here after everything is going horribly wrong. It's in shambles again. Bolster up as much as we can. Yep, get poison. I'm so glad you guys forgot how to run away from fights again as well. Thank you. At least between the two of them, the party order doesn't change if they both get poisoned. I'll go ahead and say it now because it's not going to jinx things by comparison at this point. I was going to say earlier when I told myself off for it, wow, we're doing really well in here. But I, being the sensible one, cut myself off of that one before I said the thing that was going to curse me. Now that half the party's dead, now it's safe to say it, because it's no longer going well. Not going that badly either, admittedly, but it could certainly be going a lot better. I'm glad we have all this money so that we can fund bringing these people back to life, as this would start getting really bad. As it stands, it's already not great. I was really starting to think we might actually have gotten out of here without needing to have multiple trips through here. Me thinking that I would be able to actually do any dungeon in this game first go without it being an ordeal. I really should know better. Buckle up for intense healing potion buying action when we get to town, by the way, because I'm gonna need to restock. Not looking forward to seeing what that experience deficit looks like. The party members after the... I know you're thinking about it. Have any casts of fire to fucking don't. Great, they're both stunned now. This is exactly what I was afraid of. But there's nothing I could have done about it. If I started swinging, we did not have enough attacks to kill all of it quick enough. We just have to hope that they don't stay stunned long enough that they won't be able to escape. Except there's enough of them that we're just gonna keep getting hit. We might genuinely party wipe the same way we did to the other dungeon. And I'm so fucking angry right now. Because that is probably going to come to pass because they're slowly chipping them both to death. Managed to run, Bard. Nope, he's stunned again. This is so bad. Why did they think this was acceptable? Okay, they both got cured for a second. If you try to run, somebody get a turn, please. dead. Yeah, and once all of them are targeting one, there's no way they're getting a turn. Unbe-fucking-lievable. Put the controller down because it doesn't fucking matter what I do now. Moments like this that make you really wonder why a series continued. But it stands as a thing to remind yourselves about as well, though. Shit like this happens in Final Fantasy and continues to happen in a few of the ones afterward. And yet it's a series that has gone on to make 16 games, not counting side games, over the years. So just remember, no matter how bad something you make is at its start, there's still a chance that it'll turn out good. It'll still manage to be liked enough that it'll go somewhere. Let that stand as a beacon of hope for you about anything you choose to do. If people can stomach garbage like this enough for 16 games to come out of the series, I think we can make most anything work. Oh my god, he actually escaped. It took Stump dying and everything going to hell in a handbasket for us to escape that. I die here, though. I should have healed. That's on me. And if we die here, that is absolutely my fault. I was just too excited about the fact that I actually managed to escape that. Oh, nope, he's escaped that one too. He has no healing magic left, and we have no healing potions. So I have to burn a tent. Keep him alive. Oh, actually, I've made a horrible mistake doing that. By doing that, I've now saved in this position. Almost there, though. The town's literally right there. And of course we didn't get another encounter. At all. Of course fucking not. Oh, wait. Guess what I just remembered? We can't revive in this town because the clinic was destroyed. So I need to go sail through the canal with just Bard in order to get anybody brought back to life. Is there even an item shop in this town? Because they said the clinic was destroyed. Let's say the item shop was. I don't recall being an item shop. I don't think there's an item shop in this town either. There's a weapon shop, spell shops. Yeah, there does not appear to be an item shop in this town either, so I can't even grab a bunch of healing items to try to stave off the inevitable disaster. And you know what makes it even worse? Not that screen. We can't even go to Dwarf Town to fix this. Because Dwarf Town doesn't have any clinic or anything in it either. So our best shot is probably to go straight across and go straight to Corneria. God, that is so garbage. Hell did they think that was okay? Not now, guys. Fuck off. Can't even hurt me. I'm gonna give you one more chance to just let me leave so you get to live. Currently trying my patience. Good. Because the whole lot of them were about to be deleted from this reality if they kept that up. Alright, let's get everybody brought back to life. Our supplies restocked. At least reviving them isn't that expensive. Like, it's only 40 gold per death. That experience deficit is going to be so... See how bad the damage is. What's the next level? 2007 for Cook. 1,309 for Stab. They usually were the ones that were only like 100 apart. They're now over 1,000 apart. Bard only needs 657, and Stump only needs 1,533. So Cook is forever going to be behind unless he somehow is the only one to live at some point. Anyway, enjoy me sitting here for a few minutes buying healing potions, because we have a lot of money and clearly I didn't have enough healing potions. This is why I bought the like 20 or so that I did off camera, because doing this is not exactly exciting or fun for anyone. But it's necessary, clearly. I'm just gonna keep buying more until I feel like I have enough of them, or the game tells me I can't have any more. Since I can't see how many I have, it's gonna be just kind of a crapshoot as to how many we're gonna end up with. I'm just gonna keep hitting this button until I'm tired of that idea. Which I kinda was from the start of it, but that's neither here nor there. That's why so many games after this let you buy multiple things at once. So even in Super Nintendo era and such, a lot of games still wouldn't let you buy more than one. Okay, we're back up to 28. Yes, we spent that much time mashing the button and only came out of that with 28 of them. It's like a third of my inputs actually accomplished anything because of the fact that there's all this delay between purchases. Aim for like 35 and then call it good. They do only heal a little bit, so it's not like they're gonna change our fate completely. 37 now. The point being, it's gonna reduce the rate at which our health and everything degrades. The larger benefit. I could sail down to Elf Town to go get cabins. Maybe a house. Yeah, probably going and getting a couple houses. We have the money for it. And it's thankfully not as long a trip as it at first appeared. See, we're already on the other landmass. Go. And of course we get fast ambushed by wolves. Of course we did. Yeah, something I should gotten. Yep, I forgot to turn the crowd control extension on. So. He wouldn't be distracted by the crowd control extension that does nothing right now. Just double checking the spells here while we're here and have lots of money on hand. So I gotta walk past these just to get to the item shop here anyway. Can't use that. Can't use that. He already has that. Honestly, aside from having life slightly earlier, I don't think having a white mage would have changed how this is playing out for us at this point. We have... I don't need any of these. I think I will get him a level black magic spell next. Get him confused. That doesn't it. And we'll grab him a copy of Fast as well. Sleep 2 is only a single target now, so I'm not as interested in that anymore. The area sleep was useful later on. I don't know how effective it'll be anymore. And houses are only 3,000. Grab a couple of... They at least give us back our spell charge. Grab a couple softs in case people get fucking petrified. There's no clinic where we're going. Does mean that all of that money we've done other things with has been sent to hell. That's okay. We're also gonna grab some more cabins, just topping up health when we get to places. The hypest item buying action you can find anywhere here on Twitch. Be excited. There we go. That should be like 10 cabins. 12 cabins. That'll work. Get out of here and get back to the nightmare work. Having prepared a couple extra surprises to help us out, as well as restocking all of our supplies. Kill these guys because they're worth a decent money. I was looking for these guys earlier because they were worth. Probably aren't worth nearly as much to us anymore. $60 for killing 3 of them. That's not bad. That's 120 ahead. Enemies that die in like 1 or 2 hits. That's pretty good. Guys, however, not nearly as worth it. In fact, we're going to the inn on the way anyway. I'm like... Perish. Like, could we have used fire to kill them? Probably. Probably could have used ice to kill them too, but lightning felt right. Yeah, see, that wasn't worth the cast of the lightning. Like, we did it anyway. Now we're back here. Rest here to get that spell slot back and the little bit of chip damage we took. As well as saving here in case something goes horrendously wrong. I will save state down in case I accidentally hit the load state shoulder button that I have. Way we don't end up going back to the beginning of the session if I accidentally hit that button. I'd like to get a turn, so... These guys are arguably not even worth fighting. I don't recall them being worth much experience. They're just kind of there. These guys are vaguely worth it. They're at least worth a lot of money. They don't take that long to get rid of. 2 attacks per over. Push that, you and it should be over. There we go. for that quick bit of action, we got 500 gold. So you can see why I'm like, yeah, that's worth it. We gotta build back up the thousands of gold I just spent. Fighting you. Now, do I even burn an item resting here? Because we didn't even use anything. And the most anybody's missing is like 15 hit points. Seems like an egregious waste of money. Go ahead and go in. If we end up wiping down here, we have to walk back. That long. As long as I don't get an encounter over a few feet. I now have doomed myself if I end up having to come back, but... down here. No, I don't think... They're worth a decent amount of money, but 4 of them is gonna start actually draining health a decent amount. So, that's not worth the exchange. Wouldn't be able to kill them fast enough to keep them from doling out some damage. As demonstrated by the fact that we got hurt even trying to just run. Thank you, Code. Thank you for getting me out of that fight immediately. Really has just turned into the adventures of Cook and Friend. Just make sure to put quotes around the word friends. It's more accurately Cook and Cook's meat shields. Ask things that are worth setting on fire. This. Just so we don't have stun hell again. I really should save a fire too for the trip back as well, because of exactly what happened on our last trip back. Got 1,000 gold for that encounter as well, so you know, that encounter is worth it. Just also not worth it. Yep, gonna poison people. And hooray. I didn't buy that much in the way of... That's gonna be one thing that could be a... I had already gotten so sick of the menuing, and I'm like, no. Sorry about that. And behold, here we are with a bunch of people poisoned. We're gonna have 5 pures left already. That could be an issue. We flip the entire party on its head again. There we go. At the very least, though, we don't have to deal with that room that had the Earth Elemental in it anymore. Or the other room that had the Earth Elemental in it. Or the other room that had the Earth Elemental. Okay, good. Somebody managed. Little dinged up, so let's heal. Anything can go wrong. Being a little bit more particular about that now. Considering we had Cook get one shot from like 150 hit points. Admittedly, he is the weakest of the weak in terms of defense, even now. Actually, he might not be the weakest anymore. He might actually have slight stab. But point being, he's not exactly the gold standard for survivability. Why did you have to miss? That was the worst time to miss. These guys actually do hit hard when they want to. They just didn't hit hard the first time we ran into them today for some. Right side, only 2 of them and it's worth 600 gold. That. Yeah, it was this. Okay, we've made it to the vampire. Touch up everybody's health, and then it's time to beat up a vampire. That thing I said I was gonna do like an hour ago. Swords. And equip that. That wonderful. And again. Alright, let's do this. Defeat me, the vampire. Alright. Go ahead and test you. Attack. Test you. Damage. You did only get 1 hit, though. Stump, however, it's for 4 hits, and the vampire's dead. The vampire just kind of sucked. And I don't mean that as a pun. He didn't even have as much health as the elementals. There's gotta be a catch, right? Found a ruby. Got ruby. Oh, this is upsetting. Kill it with fire. I saved all of that magic, had all of that shit ready to go. Vampire died in 1 turn. God damn it. Like, I would assume he has a whole thing where he, like, steals health and such to keep himself from dying too easily, but we hit him just too hard straight up, so his max health was just destroyed. There's a stone plate on the floor, and something... Oh, I guess we're gonna have to come back. We can't go in there. That's what I'm assuming the whole thing here is gonna be, is we go through Titan Pass and we end up learning we have to turn around and go back and fight the vampire again or something. Or the vampire was just like the minion of something stronger down below. Either way, the vampire problem's been solved, I guess. It's much the same as the previous dungeon, though, where the dungeon is more dangerous than the finale of it. Definitely need to heal him. Mission, cure thyself. Lizard lives long. Nope, wizard's not gonna live long enough. That's fine, we'll just pump him full of healing potion. He'll be alright. Stab is hit level 13. I was about to say, was Stab the first level 13? No. Bard was already at level. Makes sense, he is the only one who has not died. Right. Now to finish the walkout. You think we didn't didn't go into that area to the right of here. Check that. Not the one right up here, but the one further down and right. Die. Fire. Bastards. Gonna stun me, piss me. Just like that. I love how he does his little happy dance of victory, and then he goes back down for the sad mode. Did it! Crossblade. That room. It's the one up here. And all the way around. Why are there just wizards everywhere now? Ran into one batch of wizards on our way through here. And now they're just every fucking where. I'm gonna take them seriously this time. Eat ice too. I killed more than one of them, but it was enough to at least kill one. Set the rest of them. Because, you know, I don't have to hold anything back now because the boss of this dungeon's been defeated already. You just tear through my back. Dead end up there. Dead end over there. This room over here. If we fail to run, we can burn them. Or you'll burn them, so that's fine. Means you're wasting the spell slot if we succeed in running, which we did, but... Oh, goody goody, it was a single heal potion. That we're going to fucking use already. Keep everybody at max or above 200, whichever comes first. These things aren't that bad to kill them. I debated burning the fire 3 on them. Yeah, just a fire 2 is good enough for them. Of course, we're burning 2 spells on something that took like I said, it's all bets are off at this point. Just kind of lashing out at this dungeon on our way out of here. More things for me to lash out at. But these guys deserve fire 3. Fuck these guys in particular. Pink fire now. Didn't kill more than one of them. I'm so upset right now. Like, clearly they're very magic resistant, we know that already. But I was figuring that would be enough to pierce through their magic resistance and still kill. Turns out, not so much. But hey, now we know that fire 3 is pink fire, so that's fun. The way our fighter's sprite looks when he's looking to the side, though, is really how I feel, just... Stupid fucking cave. Presents. Cave. Stupid snakes and stupid monsters. I am still infinitely less upset with this place than I was with the last one. I still hated the other one a lot more. there was just so much more poison in the other one. This one's dangerous, I would say, because the enemies are strong, obviously, here. But I feel like that's more interesting than the just poison nightmare of the other dungeon run. It was just tedious and annoying getting poisoned. These guys are a threat because they do actual damage. Hey, Cook gets level 13 now. Get another. Sure does, he can cast 2 Fire 3s now. Let him go. In terms of his area damage spells, he has 9 casts total. He can do 4 Fire 2s, 3 Ice 2s, and then 2 Fire 3s. Getting there. Getting there. I know I should be satisfied at this point with 9 casts, but I'll be happier when he hits double digits. When he has double-digit casts total for that, I'll be happy. That'll be a good amount of encounters. We can just cut right through it. Magic. Go ahead and use yours. Oh wow, they did not like ice. No, bulls are weak to ice. They might just be weak to magic in general. Not that much, but we also dodged like half the encounters we went into in here. Because honestly, other than buying that one piece of armor, don't have that much to spend money. I'm not that fussed about getting that one piece of armor, because clearly 9 things out of 10 don't hurt Stump much at all. That's probably going to change very rapidly. For the moment, stop off in town to get all of our stuff sorted out, and grab the couple things that I do want to grab. And then we'll head to the Titan passage, get the Titan out of the way by giving him the ruby, and then carry on with our lives. How kind of free this game is, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a way where you just go get silver swords for your sword users, like, immediately. Like, just basically you know where to go get the right things to have enough money to do that or something. Just get silver swords as fast as possible. Almost everything seems to be predicated on your rather than level necessarily. Like, for example, if we take that silver sword off of Stump, his damage goes down to 16. As opposed to 39. So 26... 23. Either 23 or 26 of his damage. No, it was 16, so yeah, it was 23. His damage is coming from his weapon. So more than half of his damage from his weapon. Which is why I'm saying that gear matters a lot. Let's see. Can't you? 5 spells. Can you? No, you can't yet. I really should get him Cure 3 or Life for when he does get the ability to do that, but... 5 spells? Oh, right. Could get him ability to cast... Slow 2... No, it still decreased the speed of one enemy. Yeah. If that would decrease the speed of the entire enemy party, I'd be willing to consider it. It would allow them to do less attacks across their whole party. The enemies are already doing a lot of attacks. There would be value in it. Can't work. Dead. It says right there, Red Wizard. I guess maybe it's because he's not a high enough level. I'll find out if I try to have him learn Cure 3. Now he can learn Cure 3. He just can't learn Life. So I can't revive at all, I guess. Even though the list there says they can. That's a yikes. Oh wait, no, I know the problem. I know what. Well, it's a problem we'll solve later. But we'll get Cure 3 for now, and he'll just have to make do. When he eventually learns how to cast level. Have to do our best not to need it until then. We've gotten better at not dying, aside from that whole disaster that happened on our way out of the last dungeon. Good. Tummy ache. Right on over here. Yes, you're through scary shadows. Oh no. You're gonna blind us. Ah. Kindly just move on without dealing. Seem very committed to this idea. And as much as I respect that, I'm leaving. Let's see. Honestly, I'm a little high up. I was pretty sure it wasn't just a straight shot to the left, but I couldn't remember exactly where it was. Bunch more shadows. Skip on out of that encounter. Ow. Ah, thank you. Well, back in the Titan Passage. Big man. Want pass, give me the ruby. It's so sweet. These are my favorite. He's gone. What's up here? Okay, we just have like a little outcropping here. With more shadows! Hooray! Don't even hurt Cook for a real amount of damage. These things just kind of exist. It looks like both exits might link up to the same place. It's just a longer overland walk to get to this other entrance. Oh wait, no. A different place. So where does the other cave lead? It's just like a store pottery. Has no us. But I'm gonna check it all anyway. They might have hit something in one of these pots. I can't even go that way. I can't actually get to two of them. I thought there was only gonna be one I wasn't gonna reach. The guy we needed to talk to. It's Rod behind the vampires. Hiding deep inside, you'll find the cause. All of that just to get that. And steal his bed to rest in. Then again, I don't know if I'd want to sleep in a bed next to a creepy old man. Cave, that really seems like just asking for... I'll watch you sleep. That's not helping, Old Man. Not helping at all. Moving along. This is nice, quick, and easy for us to check what the other path there was. We gotta go back anyway. I find out that that other path was just a dead end. I assumed it was going to be 2 exits out of that place based on the fact that I knew there was a dot down we just were. I didn't even think about the fact that that other dot would have been the old man's cave. Be careful saying it like that. Considering talking about, oh, there are enemies in here. There's hey, here's some business. See, there is a room down here. Something. I'm glad I came in here. Great axe. 620 gold. 450. And silver helmet. Not bad, not bad. Check. For some reason wear the silver helmet because it's silver. Eh? 38 is higher than what he had before. So sure. And great axe. 38. Nope. Considering the axe is going to be a bad hit to his accuracy, we're just going to stick. Further proof that the silver sword may not be where it's supposed to be, considering we've now found 2 weapons after having bought silver swords that are weaker than silver. We carry on. Continuing to be disappointed. But we did what we needed to do. We got the rupee, we dropped it off with the Titan, we went and talked to the Sage Sarda, who I assume was the old man that was being creepy in the cave over there. So the only thing off of my notes that we haven't done yet is gotten the adamant for Dwarf. I'm assuming that's later. That's right. It was in a chest off somewhere that I didn't open, and now I'm just out whatever I get from adamant. I find it more likely that it's just something that doesn't happen yet. Let's just remember later. Now, we're supposed to go back down to the Vampire Cave, and I know that, but I'm going back to town to save and restock. We go down that way again, considering the issues we had with the Vampire Cave the first time. And if I have to fight the vampire again, I don't know if I'll be upset or if I'll just be busy laughing as I knock him over again. I feel slightly bad bullying the vampire, but also, you know, being evil deserves to be played. Remember, if people are being evil, that is your green light to bully them. That's about the only circumstance where I will encourage bullying. They're being a prick or being a bully themselves, you know, then it's probably fine to bully them. I don't need the falchion anymore. I'm still hanging on to the dragon sword, just status symbol-wise. Same with the power staff. Oh yeah, the armor shop was back up above. For a while to talk to the people again. Wrong way. Still Jim. Still... Yeah, no, we aren't really accomplishing anything here. Oh, there we go. Vampire is gone, but the earth continues to rot. What causes it? I suppose that would have been your hint to go seek out Sarda if you came back here immediately after beating the vampire and were like, why are people still sad? I came up here to the armor shop to sell things. Yeah, you have the spare iron helmet. You have the shield and the use. Anything? Just trying to keep my inventory cleaned up just enough so we can function. Yep, told me about your... Thanks, but... I have enough money for magic again. Is there any magic? Or do I just pick up a bunch of... I have fire too. I could still pick up... and have money left, so I think I will go ahead and grab warp in case it comes in handy someday. It just feels like I'm naturally averting to... Can't learn warp? Oh. Black magic? Black magic can't learn. Oh, I see why. Okay. That's for later. Understood, game. I was kind of hoping I could teach it to him now, even if he wouldn't be able to use it. But it's fine. And there's no item shop here, so I can't actually restock on Pures here anyway, so... I guess we're just going back in the Vampire Cave. Unless I want to sail away to go buy Pures. I do only have 3 on me. I'll deal with it if it happens. We have a couple casts of pure magic as well. Okay, you know what? That seems to be a sign. Walked 5 feet and got poisoned already. Understood, game. I see what you're telling me, and I don't disagree. Gotta go buy Pures. Not a long trip to get them at. We just pop on over to Corneria, buy some healing potions while I'm at it, since I got money. Loud. Yeah, the orbs lighten up pretty quick. Be here quicker than I thought. I presume I've got to light up all 4. So, considering we're only now going to be getting the Aerith Orbs out, kind of makes you wonder a little. I wish they would have at least given you a, do you want to buy another prompt here? I didn't have to keep cycling down every time. Take this moment between here to remind y'all about what we're going to be doing going forward here. Today's Monday, so tomorrow is going to be more Hollow Knight, and then Thursday is with a bunch of people. Then it'll be another Archipelago with a bunch of the Dragon Council people that are all going to be learning Archipelago for the first time. And Saturday is currently undecided as to what that's gonna be, because it may very well end up having to be Archipelago Part 2. So, so that one's getting left open just in case of that. And then the week after is going to be much the same schedule, aside from that Thursday is either going to be Archipelago. I will arrange another collab. I need to see how quickly this one ends. So more than likely I will skip a week doing another Archipelago. So the next one would end up being... I had tentatively told second group, that is, that it was going to be the 22nd, be the week after this one. But I'm not going to guarantee that. And of course, Friday and Saturday of next week are also kind of in the similar mode of it depends on what ends up happening. If I do end up starting the next Archipelago next week, then at least one of those days is probably going to be dedicated to finishing that. I would be surprised if I managed to finish both of them day one. I'm intending on hopefully getting mine done in Go, and then focusing on assisting the others with their... Again, this is meant to be a tutorial Archipelago for them for the... I know nobody really needs to heal or anything, but I'm just doing this to save, so we don't have to make all the shopping trip and everything happen again. Like I dropped the controller at some point or something. But at the very least, we saved the fact that we've made a lot of legwork today. Why do the shadows always manage to ambush? I get it, they're weird, like, shadow creatures, so maybe they're just really sneaky, but it's broad daylight. How is a shadow going to sneak up on you in broad daylight? Like, if we were in a cave or something where shadows are kind of scattered around more, make more sense, in my mind. If we weren't even near the trees or anything where they would have cover to hide amongst. We were out in an open field where there shouldn't be anything other than us casting shadows, so any shadows you'd see would be suspicious. And yet here we are getting jumped by another batch of them, possibly even the same one since the same formation again. Makes you wonder sometimes, though. And they had to get one more ambush in before I got into the vampire cave. I don't think we've lost enough health to matter, but I'll check when we get out of this fight. Even Bard and Stab are taking 1 damage from these guys. You're missing 30 hit points, you're missing 9, you're missing basically 20. I don't think I care. And my cabins are... The only reason it was even a consideration is so that we could save yet again, but it's... Exploiters... I have a lot of pures that they don't get as many free random poisons they do when I have very few pures. Funny how that works, isn't it? Of course, I said that and now they're sending more spiders after me to fix that. Like, oh, you're not getting poisoned enough, huh? We can fix that. Oh, and I may as well say this now. I've been adding it back and forth in my head for a little bit now. I don't think I'm gonna do anything too special for 850 followers, even though it's a nice milestone. I think I'm gonna start holding back to doing milestones at the very least, like for next 100 milestones, so like when we hit 900. Not because I don't value the milestones, but because we're already so backed up right now. And there's a very real possibility we'll hit that milestone by the time I'm done cleaning up everything we're backed up with. I'm not banking on it happening, but I'm just trying to use logic here as best I can to not overpromise is the most important part there, because I already feel like I'm dancing close to overpromising with how backed up we are already. And I don't know if anybody is even that concerned about that with what we got going on right now or anything. It's just something that bugs me. I want to be able to properly pay off essentially everything that y'all have earned without ending up forgetting anything or making mistakes more than I can avoid or anything. As it stands, we've already danced close to forgetting a couple things. I've genuinely had to double check my notes a couple times to remind myself that some of the incentives exist. Like the voice-acted reading stream has almost gotten forgotten a couple times. Same with the chat shows and art one. Like, karaoke's been in the back of my brain enough that I will never forget that one. The only reason that hasn't happened yet is I'm still figuring out how, and I might be overthinking the hell out of how to do something like that. I want to, like, make it the best it can possibly be and not get into copyright hell over it as well. More on that thought in a moment when the ads are done, because I'm gonna get up for a moment while the ads are running. I'll leave you guys with this. Hang on. Sprambles, thank you for the raid. You are unfortunately just in time for the ads to be running, so you may get caught by the ads. It's here, and I do apologize for that, but thank you so much for the raid. What were you up to today, bud? Hopefully y'all were having a good time. We're just trying to work our way through Final Fantasy 1 here, so quite exciting things happening as we bash our head against these dungeons. You know, how it would be. Not here because of ads yet. We'll wait and rehash that here in a moment. God damn it, Bard, you got poisoned again. Stop touching the poisoned doggo. I know he's a good boy, even still, but stop it. Party back in order, and let's heal up a little bit, because I've been letting them slide a bit on that a little much. There we go. Upward and upward. Or in this case, onward and downward. Wizards again. Wizard's greatest weakness is stabbing in the face. Good thing I healed before running into these. It's gonna be an actual issue. They're the things in here that seem to do the most damage to us. Stabbing. Thank you for not missing stab, that is helpful. Out of the wizards. And in theory, y'all should be almost out of the ads. past the bats, please. I wish to move forward. Okay, the vampire didn't come back. Been very inconvenient if he just reappeared. I probably need to actually use instead of... Yep. The plate shatters, revealing a stairway. Hey. There we go. Very good. Absolutely not. Not doing that. There's the stoning. This is why we were running. Good thing I brought some things to fix petrifying. There we go. Like I knew something. No, don't run from them. It's just burn them. As much as I would love to run from them and not have to deal with this, need to be destroyed because they're going to just end up paralyzing us and being annoying. No matter how I look at that. In case you missed it because of the ads when y'all came in, thank you so much for the raid there, bud. Hopefully you were having a grand time with whatever you were doing. What were you doing? You'll be able to hear me this. Just working our way through Final Fantasy 1 and suffering about as much as you'd expect from that. Images, those either they're worth a good amount of money and experience, just not worth the time. The damage Cook just took is exactly why. Very interested in getting us out of this area at this point. Different color bats. Same thing anyway. Thank you, Stomp. Get us out of here. Here's the right way. We haven't been down here yet. Just kind of making this up as I go along. I think we're about to find something. The answer is, I think we found a way back to where we started. There's some debate on that one. Did okay hitting him. He did better, though. Only one of them alive, that's not too bad. I was very worried that both of them were going to survive that and it was going to be a real issue. There we go. Just verify that I was right that this was a lift. Not more goddamn wizards. Also, I forgot to heal. Could actually be a real big problem. We have no one that is capable of reviving. That is exactly what I'm afraid of right there. That right there is the problem. Exactly, Retro Home. Exactly. Goddamn wizards. I will have their heads. Go ahead and drink a heal. Hopefully don't just get mauled by the wizard. Oh, now Bard's in danger too. Love that for me. How you doing, Retro Homebrew? Hope you're doing well today. And there's Cook dead again. I do everything in my power to keep this man alive, and the game just says no. Must die. The only way I could have prevented that would have been to have pumped him full of heals before that fight happened, but I was really banking on not having more wizards happen. I'm doing fine, other than the game really just going out of its way to keep causing deaths, which is, you know, expected. Fred might be joining him. Forgot that he was in danger because of everything else already falling apart. Thanks to the game not allowing red mages to use revive, you actually have to walk back out of here to get Cook back again. Get back in the front. Be the meat shield you've always been meant to be. My goddamn time walk all the way back out of here to walk all the way back into here, because wizards sometimes just happen to roll really high hits. That's the room full of Earth Element. That's not the room I want. That later, I understand what's going on. What's that? Leave. I don't wanna be here. I'd rather not have Cook get even further behind in experience. Of course, every time he dies, we happen to be as far in as possible. Because of course... First part is, for anybody that missed it before, I have to go all the way back to either Corneria or literally any other town than the one near here, because none of the towns near here have... Or, I should say, the only town near here doesn't have a clinic. It's an extra bit of walking to this place in particular. I'm gonna say, please, Bard, have a turn sometime this year. I gotta say, it really is unnecessary that we have to come in here a second time. The wrong fucking way. Like, there's no reason for you to have to come in here a second time other than they just want you to have to spend more time in this dungeon. There really is just no reasoning otherwise. Yeah, we could have actually, you know, put the vampire somewhere else and then had you go into a much more defined and interesting dungeon for the Earth Orb fight. Just have you do the vampire dungeon twice, but with some extra steps involved. Like fighting 50 more wizards, because that's what everybody loves to do. Every now and then the wizards even roll high damage against our fighter here, and I don't understand where they get that much damage from. Considering even the Minotaurs and Trolls were doing like 10 to him, but wizards sometimes just roll doing like 50 without even casting a spell. Doesn't make sense. I really should save that last fire too for way out of here. And we're already on the way out of here. This isn't that big a group. might be able to just cut these down. Or, you know, 2 out of 3 of the team members are going to get instantly paralyzed again. Doing wonders for my attitude game, I gotta say. I am experiencing such joy from... At least we didn't have a whole party get stun locked. Until I said something. If this one guy managed to paralyze... There we go. I was gonna say, if they managed to paralyze the whole party repeatedly with one Geist, I was about to say I might actually refund game as far as the one who donated for it, because that would have hit unacceptable points at that point. That would have just not been fucking okay. Out of here. Yay, we're poisoned again. Why we carried an entire stack of Pures with us. It does bring me back to that whole discussion I had mentioned before about not having respect for the player's time, though. Was Cook's death avoidable? Somewhat. But at the same time, multiple of those wizards targeted him all in one turn. So what you can do about that? Even if he was at full health, there's a very real possibility they just would have targeted him harder, and he would have died anyway. There's only just so much you can avoid it when the game decides someone needs to die. Walked out of there without losing another party. We're not in as bad a situation as we were this time. Yes, shadows, hooray! Oh, the excitement of fighting shadows again. I still dispute the fact that these things should even be sneaking up on us in the... Hit the end just so we reset everybody's health that is alive, and then we'll sail to Corneria to get Cook back. So before I do that, once we hit the town, I'm probably gonna get up from like I had intended to when the ad was running, but I didn't want to run away when the raid got here. I'll be back in just a moment here. Sorry about that. Biology limitations. Anyway, back to business. Let's see. Right, bring Cook back to life. That's what I was. Burning back over here. Killing some pirates. Dared to get in my way, and I need something to lash out at right now. There we go. Ta-da! Soon we'll have our wizard back intact again. Having had to bring him back twice today. And that's still not more than session 1. He is doing better than he did in session 1. Session 1, he died... Time sounds right. Not counting the full party wipe. The full party wipe, that reality ceased to exist, basically. I'm not gonna worry about that one. Back we go. Like, on the bright side, at least the trip on the boat is not that long. To get there and back again, but it's just a needless inconvenience. Like, it could be so much worse, but it could also be better. That's always the thing. I had something else I wanted to talk about on the grand scheme of things. Oh yeah, what I was starting to talk about with the karaoke stream before the ads came up to begin with. That was the other thing I wanted to talk about. Like I was saying before the ads happened, I want to avoid getting in any copyright trouble with that. And I just don't know how to handle it. Obviously, I would assume half the point to doing something like that would be to have music playing. How do you do that and not have it get flagged is kind of the thing I'm still trying to get straight answers out of people on, and more often than not, I've been getting useful answers. Don't get me wrong, like, people have been very helpful on the technical side, but that wasn't what I was asking a question about necessarily. So, still got layers of complication there. What I really should do is just chase down somebody who's done, who I know specifically that's done karaoke streams, and just pick their brain correctly, rather than asking the general pool. But I figured I'd get a variety of answers asking the general pool. But I kinda didn't. So, and I'm gonna just open the can here on... Hitting another phase here where I feel like the feedback and information I'm getting is not helpful from social media. Like, y'all have been fine here in chat, obviously. I'm speaking specifically about social media in particular here. And honestly, as much as I love Blue Sky, they're kind of the problem here, because I've not really been asking Twitter much, because Twitter was useless a long while ago, and it's only gotten worse, so that's not even a factor to be considered there. Like, I have had multiple questions I've asked just to receive absolutely zero response. Like, not even people liking it and then not saying anything, it just gets sent out there and then just falls off a cliff. And I don't know if it's something I'm doing, something that's happened there. Like, obviously people are going through a lot of shit right now. So it fully would make sense if people are just too busy with other things to be answering my question. which 100% understandable. No argument there. It just bugs me because, like, how do I get the answer to the question that I want answered in a way that isn't just asking Google and getting a very generic answer that way? Which, like I said, I answered my own question there in that it's just contact somebody I know directly about it. But that doesn't get me the wide net of answers that I wanted, like I said. You can only do what you can do, and you can only get what you can get. But connected to that, I had a whole rant last night on said Blue Sky yet again, and some of you probably saw it, where I was complaining about people turning a blind eye to a lot of things. And this isn't after anybody in particular, like, in case people thought I was vague posting during that and talking about anybody in particular, no, this is just the internet as a whole that I'm mad at. I agree about that, myself included. I'm mad at myself about the exact same behavior in case anybody's like, this guy's a hypocrite, he does this and he's yelling at other people for doing it. No, I'm mad at me for it too. Because I have definitely had multiple people I've turned a blind eye to their mistakes and things that they are doing that they shouldn't be doing. Because I like these people. And I understand that it's all degree of how bad the infraction you think is, weighed against how much you like the person. I fully understand that. But it still just bothers the hell out of me. Hey Jess, how you doing? Yeah, we've been in here for a little bit now. Yep, and wishing I wasn't. We've now had to come back in here 3 times? Not counting having to come back here just because we had to go get the rod and then come back. All because Cook keeps dying down at the bottom because wizards keep killing him. And of course, they stunned both of the casters this time because these things want to be a pain in the ass. Yeah, I went and got the rod, I killed the vampire who was an absolute chump. Yeah, I understand. The vampire really didn't feel like it was a fight. He got rolled so hard that I'm really trying to figure out why they even bothered having you come in here to fight him in the first place. That doesn't surprise me. But that makes it even more of a question of why the hell was a thing you had to do first to begin with. All it was just to get the ruby to go into the Titan as. It just feels like a complete waste of your time. And that's a chunk of where the situation's been. Yeah. To be fair, I wouldn't be that surprised by it, because this game loves to make you run through things repeatedly. Loves to waste your time. To the point where I genuinely sometimes wonder whether the developers got off on that or not. But I think it was more just they needed to make the game last somehow. How they chose to make the game last. Yeah. Doesn't mean any of them had a good idea when they did that. Good ideas. A good idea would be setting this entire group here on fire. About the most notable thing you missed, Jess, was we had another near miss with death because of a group like that. We had Stump and Bard left, and they were both in solid health. And Stump died and Barb nearly died to those undead because they just could not get away. And they were just getting chain stunned between the two of them. And Mountaineer flipped the table about that one because it was so fucking annoying. Like, I had to really sat the controller down for a solid, like, 5 or 6 minutes of being stunned. Where he eventually got a turn and we got away. So annoying. But otherwise, this session's been going well. Once again, the boss fights of this game pale in comparison to the dungeon. Except and it's most fucking wizards. Like, look at the damage they've done. Again. Oh, I should have restocked on heals while I was them shops in town as well. Yeah, no, I could definitely see that. Because the thing is, it's not even like a question of ability to get past that. It's literally just you have to be lucky and not get just chain stunned and screwed. And that's what frustrates me. It's like, if I had any kind of counterplay to it, slightest, I would be fine with it, but I can't even, like, guarantee that I'll go before them, because I have yet to figure out what determines turn order here. I have to assume turn order is just random, which does not help. Touch up your health. I know it feels wasteful to heal him when he was only 30 off of his max, but that was exactly the health he had when he basically got one shot one of the times we were down here. So... care, I don't have any reason to you away. Yeah, that's an understandable reaction to have, honestly. And if I wasn't streaming this, I probably would have done the same thing. Is being stunned as long as I was, it really just felt like I had no reason to be in front of the controller at that point. Oh, by the way, Jess, turns out we can't learn life. We can't even learn life 1. The game itself said no. Let's just say there's a slightly different word involved with our red mage, that is why. And I know you'll understand that, and anyone that doesn't know won't understand until later, so it'll work out fine. So that's also causing complications. We also can't learn yet, which is a mild inconvenience, but it's fine. I would have saved myself so much heartache if I could warp. I can't. WZ. It's either like a wizard ogre, a wise ogre, a wizened ogre. You got options. Sure. Hyenas I'm not that scared of. We saw one out in the field. Either am I scared of the green ogre. I guess we'll go ahead and just do that. Yeah, no, I know how that'll work, is I do know that part of the game. I'm just keeping that one under my hat for other people. May not know how that happened. okay, there we go. So it was like a wizard ogre, because he tried to cast Ruse, and it just didn't work out for them. Yeah, it's very inconvenient that we cannot cast either of those spells. Yeah, and it makes sense now that I'm learning more about the things he's just not allowed to, for some reason, to do, that you would make that choice. I did not have the context of just how many spells he wasn't allowed to have when I made that decision. Also, to bring you up to date, I have Silver Sword on both of them and the Coral Sword on Stab. I've just been kind of carrying the Dragon Sword around as extra money. And the Power Staff, I assume the Power Staff has a use effect because it's a ton of money for inexplicable reason. So I've just been kind of hanging on to that. And we've been pretty well on the armor front, specifically for the fighter, because nobody else can use any of this. Can't use shields. Yep, can't use shields. Like, despite 40 to absorb Power Staff, that one, it was worth like it was worth like 12,000 something, so I'm like, okay, there's gotta be something to that. I'm just gonna keep that in my pocket and figure that out later. And if I hadn't immediately found a silver knife, Cook was actually going to be using it because it was doing a lot more damage than the other knife would, even though it made his accuracy work. Taking the trade there. We ended up finding Power Staff and the silver knife basically side by side. Oh, an ice tooth. That should be enough. That should if we crit the wizard. Like that. Yeah, if you know what the Power Staff does, I'm open to you telling me that. Because of the fact that that's otherwise gonna just be, I use it and see what happens. Oh yeah, and the experience deficit has only gotten worse because we had a near party wipe, like I mentioned. I haven't tried yet because everything has been so bad ever since I picked it up that I've not had a chance to safely try without burning a turn that might get me killed. As it stands, we're already back into a very bad position here, too, which is wonderful. I cannot buy enough damn world to be able to keep up with the amount of ship damage we're slowly getting whittled down with. Problem is, I have a choice to make. I either retreat and go buy even more shit and spend probably yet another hour of my life on this, or I go further and hope for the best and probably spend the same amount of time because I'll be dead again. Just do not have the resources for this. God forbid they give you better healing potions to use, to not have to use 50 of them to get 5 feet into this hellhole. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to fall back. There's not really a choice here. Like, I still prefer this place over Poison Shithole. It is it is presenting the same problem of you to get so far before you have to turn around. Because you just don't have a choice, it's turn around or die. Okay, so it literally just has a weird buy price set. Okay. Weird. I was basically just hanging on to it in case I needed money for something. But the money we've been making, we haven't really needed it. Like, I have actually not run into anything I can't buy other than the next armor in the shop here, Stump, and it's like, I don't see any reason why I should be worrying about spending 30,000 gold on armor when outside of a couple specific cases, Stump really doesn't seem threatened by anything. Wait. So I took a wrong turn. This isn't where I wanted to be. And, this is a problem. This is a big problem. How did I end up here? I swear I went back to the stairs that led back, not... How did I... Did I really get turned around that badly that I went forward instead of backward? And no, if I attempt this, I'm fucked. I am like 90% sure I am not making this. The good news is, if I lose this, the worst that happens is I go back to having to walk in from the last time I walked in, not any further back than that. I saved before coming in. The downside is I have to walk back through this stupid place again if this goes wrong. And given our current condition, it's highly likely this will go wrong, but you know what? Fuck it. The Fiend's Ball cracks open, an ominous cloud rises, and an evil shape congeals. It is Lich, the Fiend of Earth. Yeah, no, we are in shambles right now. I fully expect this to go horribly wrong. I have no heals at all, and most of the party's at half health. So you hit more, hit him, you up so you hit him more. Half his health and stunned immediately, huh? 70, huh? 3 hits and you did 70. Gonna assume he's into confusion. You know what? Sure, for shits and giggles, try to mute him. See what'll happen. See if it does anything. And you are going to hit him with Fire 3 and hope for the best. Oh, that's a nice 2. And that's a Bard dead. That's a Stab dead. Yup. Yup. That's about what I figured was going to happen. Well, you crit him with 4 hits and didn't really do much. Oh, and you have a sleep spell too. Surprise, you did. And he's dead. Cook saves the day again and half the party doesn't fucking get experience again. I'm so glad I bought Fire 3. I'm so glad I bought Fire 3. That's the only reason that worked. There's 1,000 experience those two aren't getting. And Stump slept through the fight and still gets the experience. I hate it here. You know, with how that went, you guys get a cabin just for 2. Just to make sure nothing bad happens to you before we get out of here. I should have used a house, because I have them. But it's fine. The problem is, I have to get back further than this town because there's not a clinic in this stupid shithole town. Like, I get it that the vampire destroyed the clinic. It's one of those things. But it's just so annoying from a mechanics standpoint. It's like, okay, I arbitrarily have to sail miles away just because you decided, for plot reasons, to have the vampire destroy the clinic. The thing is, you would think, oh, just go land at the Dwarf Village. They don't have a clinic either. They don't have shit in Dwarf Town. Gotta sail all the way over here to Corneria. Which is not that bad to do, but it's just an unnecessary expenditure of time people have to do. On the bright side, at least it's a cheap inn, so there's that. Yeah, apparently. Dwarves of this world understand 2 things. Building things, blowing up a canal, that's it. That is what the dwarves here have. Taking shit and blowing shit up, and you know what? I can respect that. But with how smoothly today started, though, I knew we were going to hit a sticking point somewhere. Don't mind me as I do this for 5 minutes again. Probably more than that. Yeah, you know, we just drag an icicle and a man in pieces into the clinic. Like, what did you do this time? Glitch happened. Oh. Bright side, he did a great job of putting Stump's arm back on. Still not sure how that came off. I think the guy with the shield wouldn't have the problem. Oh yeah. And I put this guy's kids and the next generation through school at this point, with how many healing potions I bought. Hell, I'd probably put his kids through school at this point. They can go to whatever fancy wizard college they could ever want. Between the Pures and the heals, I must have spent, like, more than 40,000 gold here. And that's not counting the guy I had to go buy the houses. I did it, I did it. I didn't die this time. You know, he only died 3 times on the way down there instead. Potions do I have now? 37. Well, that'll last for a little while. Now only have one problem. Just dancing on their corpses. Stump's just hauling the cart with the other 2 in it, and Cook's just dancing on it the whole way back home. Yeah, our one problem is I don't have a lead as to where to go. I probably need to ask in the town we came from for leads, or just go somewhere. We've been to everywhere on that landmass on the left there now. We haven't been to a couple places over here on the landmass we're on right now, specifically in that light green section in the state. Or we just go up to those 2 landmasses up there and hope for the best. But I assume, and this is a logical assumption, that one of the orbs is up there in the top left, one of the orbs is up there in the top right, and then the last orb probably down there in the bottom right. That's the more than likely outcome here of that's where the four will be in the four corners, because that makes sense. Where specifically? Somewhere. Let's try to do this properly and actually go talk. I assume now that the orb is in hand and the earth has been healed, they'll have something else to say. Lightward, are you an asshole? Stupid? You did. We revived the power of one orb. Sure, farmer buddy, and I'm less mad at you than the other two. Light Warriors, thanks to you, the Earth has begun to revive. That's very helpful. Yep, we know where Sarda is already. We talked to him. That's how we got into that mess in the first place. Yep, this is sure starting to revive. Unlike my patients, all of you. Sure, let the vampire have them. Might be a better place if a vampire eat them. We knew that already, yeah, there's a civilization of ruins in the north. Yep, you sure did mention the floating ship before. So, the thing that's been mentioned is a civilization to the north in Rome. So I have to assume that my only goal then would be to go to the north. None of these clowns have anything else to say. Assuming you're still gonna be useless. Oh no, you actually have something else to say. The orb shining again. Completely useless, but at least you had something else to say. Element was beautiful. Oh, now you know the name of your own damn town. You didn't say it any time earlier. North it is. Let's see how badly that goes. I should take this happening immediately as a note. I'm sure it's fun. Worst case, we go north and we immediately die. And then I know not to go that way. Yeah, this time brought a friend. Didn't work. He brought a friend. Go around. Absolutely. Of course, why wouldn't I have to go the long way to go anywhere in what I thought. Yeah, I cut in too early. Now, I'll go ahead and ask because it's more of a convenience question than anything. Am I right in thinking that I am not supposed to have found the adamant yet? The adamant that I know a dwarf was asking about the smith's son. I assume it's later on. That's what I figured. Get to that block that's at the edge of the land. That seems like our best shot for getting information quickly. Unless it's a dungeon immediately. In case that's not going to be helpful. Well, it will be information. It will tell me, hey, that's a dungeon. And this landmass might suck. Okay, good. I'm not... It hit open enough ocean that I was making sure I hadn't somehow circled around the land entirely. I'm just not even gonna bother. thought about it, it just is not worth it. Yeah, this one's gonna be one of the harder bits to make any sense of because they didn't give you much of any information. Ah, there is civilization here. I just need to find a place to land. Well, about that. Fair, fair. Good of you to be helping some. Okay, there's just a hole there. That's why I'm going up here, because the only direction that was mentioned was north. So this has to be something. Logically. And there's the extra layer of... presumably... bring the map up to explain the thought here. Considering we started from Corneria, and it's been guiding us left as our starting direction, I'm assuming it's just gonna circle around in a clockwise direction, essentially. Wouldn't make any sense for them to have me go from the bottom left corner to the top right corner, anything like that. The only other thing would be to go to the other bits of the landmass we were on already. But we didn't really have a ready means of getting there, as I saw immediately. So that's why I'm going. Now, if my logic is flawed or not, that's a whole other question. The fact that I'm not finding a way to land here makes me kind of concerned. The only other thing that was mentioned was making the ship float. And it may be that I'm supposed to be flying at this point. Which would lead me to go back to the... to see if they can make me fly. Yeah, because there's not a dock on this landmass here. Urges me to go back to the door. See if any of them have anything different to say. I would assume the elves are useless as part at this point, after having revived their prince. They were the source of the key, and then nothing else. Already went around the landmass on that side, so this landmass is completely unreachable from... That's Matora's Cave. That's the town we fought Big Pirate at and got his ship. That's Garland's castle up there. That's Elf down there. That's the awful poison cave of... That's the Earth Cave. That's Titan Path. That's the town we were just at. That's Dwarf Town. That's Astos' castle there. Yeah, so that's all accounted for. So there's only two things unaccounted for on the landmass. L-shape in the bottom right, and dots in the middle of light green blob. So I have three technically. Option 1 would be to go up and see if the other landmass is accessible. 2 is go back to the... 3 is try to see if the bottom right is accessible. And I think, since we're already up here, let's go check to see if anywhere is landable over there. don't remember. I don't think I saved after we ran back to the previous town. I might have. I don't remember. If there's anywhere to land here. If there isn't anything to land here that guarantees the idea that I'm supposed to be getting our ship to so then just float on the water. And we all know that Final Fantasy loves its airships. That would also make sense. Son of a bitch away. He cost me money. He ran away so I couldn't get his money. Bastard man. Dead end. I'm willing to bet this world tour I'm on here is going to end up being pointless, but you know what? It's actually a nice decompress after dealing with the dungeon, so I don't mind sailing all over creation right now. Even though I know it's not the most interesting thing for y'all to watch right now. Hopefully, trying to keep up with my thought process. At least helping a little bit there. Out of this fight, let's double check the map to see exactly where by this land. Middle. Yeah, we're in that hook there. Aim for here down. But it doesn't look like there's anywhere to land here either. Increasingly likely that I'm expected to be flying before I get over them. Again, matched with the fact that two separate characters have mentioned making a ship. I happen to be thinking about turning around right before I get to a dock, and I'm pretty sure I'm not. There ain't shit here. Back to where we came from. Kinda surprised there wasn't anything more dangerous here. I think that's also another hint that the water is not relevant anymore. Currently circling around the outside. Aha, there's a dock here. This might be next then. My entire logic structure, I was working backwards. Well, yeah, I was gonna find it eventually. There's only so much sea to cover. This is why I didn't follow my first instinct, which was go back to the dwarves, because I was pretty sure that wasn't gonna be the answer. That I was gonna need to go get the thing that lets me float, and then go to them. See, I do remember a sequence of events involving going somewhere before I was supposed to and getting absolutely shit-rolled. And I'm willing to assume that was that dock up north, and I just didn't happen to find it this time. I'm pretty sure I have followed this exact line of logic in the past and got myself into that exact same bad situation before. Yeah, I wonder if this could be where the water is going to be fixed. Couldn't possibly be water here. Oh, there's no hint of this being a water-based area in the slightest. Oh, absolutely. I would have completely understood, because that would have been completely on me that I stuck my nose in there. Still can't get anything better than just heal potions, huh? I'm assuming better than heal potions probably just don't exist. Grab a house, because I'm here. Drops here. Silver shield, helmet, and silver gauntlets. Alright. May as well grab silver gauntlets for Stump. Yeah, I know he can't carry him. I have to give it to somebody else to give to him. I want to sell something and juggle. Hit this inventory. How are you full? Oh, right, you're carrying the useless iron shield of uselessness. That's the problem. Alright. Just sell shit that people are like that. That is you're gonna be replacing that. That is you can't even use it. Yeah, that checks out. I also found a silver hammer that ended up being useless to us because we don't really have a white mage, so no one cares about hammers. Assume bucklers are used people that aren't fighters, so we'll if Stab can use it. If he can't, we'll pass it to... Neither of them can use it. I will use it as a frisbee and throw it out into the ocean. Okay, good. Importantly, though, can he also use it? Okay, they both can use it, so I should get one for... Just for shits and giggles. Can you use it, Cook? Oh, of course not. Only bling for you, nothing else. I was surprised too. I fully expected him not to be able to use it, but I figured I'd give it a try. He's also wearing silver armor already. I never did check this Stab could wear the silver. Did. Hang on. Light juggling act here. Hold that for a second. Can you wear that? Nope. I think I did check it actually, because I would have tried to give it to the worst armor character. Okay, so they both have bucklers. It'll help a little bit. So the silver armor is useless because we already have the only one who can wearing it. The only one who can helmet's already wearing a silver helmet. I think we already have a shield. Sure do, yeah. Silver armor was actually not better than iron. Proved that already with the silver armor we'd found before. Not as far as that good. Don't worry, you can do it. At least one of us that believes. I assume this is magic 6. Yep. Lightning 3, Quake, and Stun. Oh! Rub them out, it's death. Eat. Real shame we can't use level 6 magic right now. Can we? I don't think they've gained any 6 slots. No, they're barely into level 5 slots. Bard doesn't even have his level 5 slots yet. I don't even know why I'm going in here, but we're gonna look anyway. So, exit, fog, visibility 2. I would love to have exit. Exit would be great. And he can't use it, even if he hit level 6 magic, which not gonna be hitting anytime soon. Silver knife, which we already have. Yep, this shop is useless to me. I already have a silver knife on Hook. Silver swords are already on everybody that can use them. Silver axe, I assume, is not really relevant, and silver hammer we already sold, so this shop is pointless. Here, just sleep. You know, I'm torn as to who was more useful. A shopkeeper selling a bunch of silver weapons that I have no use for, or the guy sleeping outside in the graveyard. Just a clinic. It does say something. It says this is a tomb. That's what I'm figuring, yeah, that's why I'm still poking around. My theory was correct, because I noticed there was a random path that you could follow. I got suspicious because there was nobody here that told me anything. So it's like, okay, there's gotta be something here. And we were told in theory that somebody went back to their circle of wizards. And I'm gonna assume that this is the circle of wizards in question. Well of Sage, led here by the... I am Luke On. Now all legends and prophecy will be fulfilled. Our path is... I appreciate that. Great job vanquishing the Earth Fiend. Now the Fire Fiend wakes with his canoe. Go to the volcano and defeat the Fiend also. Okay, so now the canoe allows us to go on those shallow river passages, I assume. Before burned volcano and stop the Fiend of Fire. Prayers only can make the orb shine again. Fight to the feel more efforts. See us repeatedly. I would certainly hope for these 4 clowns can carry a canoe around with them, considering I've moved a canoe by myself before. Fire Fiend. In cause brought in our land. Paused. Dealt with that one already. Serpent. Destruction. So the Fiend of Wind teamed with that of the water to destroy civilization. Element powerful at its altar. Locate and crush the Fiend. Make it shine. Place the orb on the altar it guarded. Fire and water. Captain Planet, not you. Bound by these 4 powers. Shine. Fire. Means seized those powers. Alright. Little bit of context of how fucked the world is, right? And we got a boat. Why these guys had a boat? Good question. I assume the prophecy told them to have a boat. So they had a boat. Oh good, and I don't even have to use it or anything, I just step into the water and become boat. Well, these are some fucked up fish now, aren't they? I'm gonna teach you lit too. Right. You know lit too. Perish, demons! Okay, got 1, got 2, 3, 5, 6. That worked out. The only ones that lived for the most part were the ones I was originally targeting. Swords. Love it when a plan comes together. Yeah, this is the equivalent of a bunch bunch of catfish being more dangerous than a great white shark right now. Concerning with how this world is designed. You know, I suppose all bets are off when demons are involved. Don't know. Gonna assume this is gonna be a whole water maze here. Oh, we got a gator. Got a gator. We got grab and death roll. Not yet, anyway. Just keep hitting him with lightning. Good crit, good crit. Okay, the gator's gone. Okay, that was a much better lightning too. Now the good news is we saw something in here before. We have a vague idea how to get through this maze. So I think I wanted to take a left to go to that other spot. Trying to go to the one that's higher. Hydras, huh? Some casual hydras just in this river. Hey, they don't care about lightning. They're not sufficiently aquatic enough to care about lightning. I should have went with the ice that I was thinking about. Doesn't matter now because this doesn't have enough health left to be worth casting magic at. You could just do 212 damage to it. I guess that's your birthright there, Stump. Thanks. Wish you did that sooner so we saved on magic, but, you know. Also, can I just say that they look very silly in this? Because it looks like there's just a couple guys with, like, most cowboy hats just sitting in the boat. Yep, 1 damage each hit. Okay, we got a horrifying plant beast now. Sets me. Yep, there's the 2 damage from 2 attacks again. 3 attack crit there. Okay, oop. The plant did not appreciate being hit twice, so it hit back 3 times. One-upmanship is getting out of control. Even the plants are in on it. Yeah, this is true. Just a sign of the future. Save our last light. See how well ice. Ice 2 rep. Yeah, I didn't figure it was gonna be that good against a bunch of fish. Did okay, though. Just, you know, also deprived most of our attackers of their targets. I'm now just picturing Stump using Stab as one of the orbs. Oh yeah, I was right the first time about where the volcano was. Neat. I'm gonna assume you're not here to ask me any riddles. I'm gonna assume you're more just the kill me immediately kind of Sphinx, not the ask me questions kind of Sphinx. Feeling this is gonna be... Yeah, that's not terrible. Hook's damage is kind of terrible. Stab actually did damage. Actually did similar damage to everybody else. That Coral Sword really has been doing Stab a lot of favors. Ever since I found that, he actually became somewhat competent. And I regret giving him a compliment because he immediately missed afterwards. I mean never to compliment him. He only works better when I'm yelling at him. We all know this. It's the same thing that worked on Cook earlier. Yeah, I'm just happy that it's a sword that a thief can use. That's the thing that made me happiest with it. Is it's the only thing I've seen with a sword icon that Stab's allowed to use. Like, he's not even allowed to use the dragon sword. He just ended up with it because he was the only one with open space at the time. I also didn't even end up selling the power. Oh. I see. Ow, ow. Oh boy. Okay, yeah, there's no map for them. Yeah, that's good. How much did that hurt? I'm hearing. Heal up a little bit first, and then worry about cross. Smarter thing. I know I just wasted a couple potions. Well, this'll make it worth it. Thanks, Sphinx. Actually, good timing on your part. I'm gonna go outside and use a house to get our spell charges back and save. Sticking my nose any further in here. I just wanted to make an initial foray before hitting a save there. But seeing as the whole place is going to be painful, for the most part, this is going to be a good idea. So everybody will be at full health, saved, and all of the stuff there. Yeah, absolutely it makes sense that lava hurts. Honestly, I expected it to be impassable, but I had no other path to take, so I tried it. Ah, of course, of course. So they're just taking damage from the heat, from the lava, not the lava itself. I'm glad they just happen to have magic lava walking boots. Couldn't have happened to have magic water walking boots along with them. Only lava walking. Get the sneaky suspicion. Cook and Stab's life place gonna be measured in minutes. You would think that would work. And mind your eyes, y'all, because this is gonna suck a little bit. Oh, okay, this is cool enough that it doesn't hurt. Just the rest of it. That is some rapid fire flicker. Just gonna call out every time I have to walk across a stretch of that so people don't have to see it if they don't need to. Sounds good. Okay, we got a pair of fire elements. We did fine against the earth element. Fortunately, Bard is not going to be helpful against these guys. He only has fire magic. Ice 2 should do great here. 186 on one of them. Bad. Survived all that, huh? Dang. That's concerning. Let's go Ice against that one. Ice 1 did over 100? I was not expecting that. I was expecting it to do some damage, but over 100 was not on the bingo card there. Oh good, a silver helmet. To go with the silver helmet I already have. Thought you guys are red. That scared me. We'll use fire 2 on though, because I'm assuming there's gonna be a lot of things in here that fire's not gonna be that good against. So holding on to my fire charges really isn't gonna matter to me. Not that these guys cared that much about fire either. I'm so glad that giant missed. That could have been Hook on the floor immediately. That hadn't missed. Stab. Good crits. There. Good crit. Making so much money. Yeah, fire element. I guess you try hitting with other than your physical? No. At least we know that Ice One is actually potentially decent damage against these guys. It clearly didn't land properly that time. Got him. $520. Watch your eyes, y'all. Do another jump. Assuming the entrance to this treasure is probably through the wall here, they would make it annoying, like. If lightning too better against this fire too. Well, I suppose that's a point, is I can also just use lightning too if I run out of ice. That did better that time. Just trying to clear the crowd quickly because they do decent damage. Yeah, that's definitely a little bit better. Being dealt decent damage, it's time to chug down some more healing potions. Get your drink on, boys. You're gonna need it. There went a good, like, 10 of our healing potions immediately. My thought process was, nope. I went down a complete dead end. I should not have skipped the one I skipped. Red Gargoyle, not interested. Oh, they cast fire magic. I am so glad that I said I wasn't interested. Get me out of here. Goodbye. Well, just healed. Only to lose basically everything I healed. Good thing I did heal, though, otherwise everybody would have died. Well, maybe not everybody. A lot of people would have. We're not getting super far into here quickly. Watch your eyes. The entrance to where all that treasure is open. There's a lot of treasure to be had. 2 red gargoyles. Still not interested, because that means both of them might cast fire too. Somebody managed to run. No keep up. Gargoyles are fucking bad news. Tell ya. Not playing around. Two fire element. Excellent. Excellent. Ice these boys. that'll lead to one of them being dead. Good. And wow, a super low roll on the other one. That's bad news, bears. Live, cook, live. Okay, it attacked Bard, thank God. Okay. Out of another bad situation. Another silver helmet we don't need. Can't hold anymore. Oh, everybody's inventory is full of armor. Makes sense because only one person can carry any armor. Just have to drop those silver helmets. It sucks, but that's just the way it is because literally only one person has slots. Silver gauntlets. Joy. Things people can't use. Maybe the silver ones are lighter so they somehow work. Like magic. You can use gauntlet guns as you... They don't matter. Giants. That's a lot of gold. What, mate? Faster. Kill it. Kill it dead. Don't understand what I'm looking at, but kill it dead. Kill it now. That sword does okay, but that's not a surprise. Of course, you know, Bard went after Stump, so that crit could have done more. I don't know why fire would work, but I'm gonna try it because I don't want to burn any ice. Yep, that did not. Go, it's dead. Your the cabin axe shield a heal. All of that, and I don't think we got a single fucking thing of value. Closest thing of value, a thing of value was the silver axe. Yikes. Speaking of yikes, run. Fucking run. Okay, good. They only physical attacked before I could escape. Okay. It could have been a lot worse. Cook, you stop being so cooked, please. Last of the heal, but then you can cure 2. Definitely leaving. Assuming these aren't gonna be worth having run over here for to check. Tired of these. On the bright side, we can skip past all of this area that we're in right now and come back through. Like, we're decently capable of fighting what's in here. What's in here is not, like, way beyond us or anything. By any means. It's just fairly dangerous. Ow. Case in point. Fire. Hurt. Ow. Oh. One got the cast before we got the move. And one got the swing. Oh, 3 of them got the cast. Thanks, Gabe. Thanks for giving me absolutely fuck all turn order here. We got shafted. Completely, because the only one who could heal, barely had any heal charges left admittedly, is dead. Oh, we are so fucked. So far fucked, it's not even fun. There's nothing I'm gonna be able to do about it. My only hope, really, is that I don't get another gargoyle I can leave. But I went the wrong way. Centipedes. That's different. That's cool. Is the way out of this bit... Wait, no, it's right there. The only thing is we might die to the burning on the way out of here. Shield your eyes, y'all, because I'm gonna have to burn a fair bit more. I just need to get outside and then we'll be okay. Okay, it doesn't kill. That's the nice part. It doesn't kill. Shit. Are you fucking kidding me? They literally waited until I got to the last tile before the stairs and then hit me with 5 gargoyles, who are guaranteed to go before me and throw fire at me. What the fuck was even the point to letting me walk that far? They gave me hope just to take it away from me. Was the entire point to that. Oh yeah, the magic doesn't stay restored. We discussed that. Now that I know that all that treasure in there is fucking point, oh, I'm not even gonna bother going back in there. We're just gonna go around. Not even gonna go in that section. Mind your eyes, because we're gonna be walking through a lot of fire again. I really wish that the treasure was worth it in here, but it wasn't. Absolutely was not. Once again, these are fine. There's a genuine thought in my mind to go back to the town that I saw that fire damage in half fell and go get it. Remember when I joked about the fact that if me not getting that was gonna backfire on me? That phrase again? Oh right, I hate being right. Because boy oh boy do I hate being fucking... Now, the only problem with trying to use the fire protection spell, though, is we would have to go faster than the gargoyle. Even matter. If they cast their fire before we cast our half fire damage, we just die anyway. Matter. No? Wish I could move things around in this inventory. Just stop having to scroll down to the heal potions constant. Yeah, anybody that has a problem with the flickering here, you may as well just not look until I'm done with this, because we're gonna be doing this a little bit. Yep, because this whole floor down here is like this too. Just in your eyes some more. Oh, just 4 bowls. That's fine. I'd rather deal with 4 bowls than any amount of those red gargoyles that just need to death with magic. I feel like that's what this is gonna turn into. Is I'm just gonna have to play RNG the whole time here, and just hope that I don't get a bad roll and end up with the gargoyle. Like, that's just where we're at on that. Maybe we'll be lucky. Be lucky. The fact that they showed up literally on the last tile on the way out of here tells me they can be fucking anything. Oh, and the worms, I guess, are just everywhere. Good for them. So far, this place has been a little bit easier to navigate than the Earth Dungeon, though. At least it's not all cramped little fucking maze core. Just, you know, blinding me with constant white flashing instead. That's what we... Okay, I got lucky and found the stairs. Either of these are working. Fine. Is we'll kill them. I mean, it can't do 0, and that's the only reason Hook is even doing 2 damage. So since he's getting 2 hits, he's guaranteed 2 damage. Trying to get back the level we lost. Hey, Cook got a crit and killed the worm. Hooray. Oh yeah. I'm already expecting that. I had learned earlier to just go around and don't go to the front of the chest, because most of them seem to have their encounter set to the front of them. But the way these are laid out, they're obviously not the same as far as that goes. Also learning very rapidly that a lot of these chests are not fucking worth it. That's news to me, because not a single thing in this dungeon has been better than anything I already have. It's just been a cavalcade of disappointment. We already had a party wipe trying to get at a bunch of chests that all had things I literally just got done buying. That I would believe. Because let me tell you, up here, trash. It's all silver things we already had. Ow. Ow. Okay, it's really regretting not getting the fire protection. Sure was. We weren't dead yet. They were getting a head start on that a little. I stand by the statement I made that you might not have caught, where I don't even know if it would be beneficial to have the fire protection spell, because I'd have to get it off before they cast their fire. And in the case of the gargoyles that killed us, they are faster than me every time. So it didn't matter. tell you, those gargoyles suck. If I never see another one of those again, I will be happy. Well, yeah, the Fire Fiend will be a fight that'll last long enough that that'll make sense. Yay, another pure I don't fucking need. Ice Sword? If I thought that would work, that would be interesting, but I don't even know if that works. Based on the O, though, I'm going to assume, yes, that is one that works. Finally found something of value in this hellhole. Yeah, that was kind of the assumption I was making, is that it would be an ice element weapon, therefore things weak to ice would be weak to it, but I don't know if that works. I can take a look and see if it's at least stronger. Flame Shield, that sounds like something I want. That was why I was waiting, though, was to see what the rest of the stuff was. Huh? Actually, wait, look at the numbers first. 44. Zorb 48. Okay, even if it doesn't work, it's better, so he's keeping that. That's what I wanted to know. I was gambling on whether it would work or not. Oh, yeah. Damage? 39. 45. Okay, that's better. I understand why I had to see it to believe it, though. At the rate so many items have been disappointing in this game. Do for this. Alright. I'm curious. Go to... No one's surprised Stab cannot use the sword. Had to look. I had to know. I had to be hurt again. I opened it. Yep, all of them have been opened. Now the very real fear, though, of dying before we get out of here. That definitely seems to be working. Got a 3-hit that didn't do a ton, but he also has only been doing kind of middling damage to the worms to begin with, unless he crits. Speaking of, there's a crit there. 270, there we go! That's what you need to see. Definitely. Trying to keep everybody either close to or above 200 in this one. Okay, open. I'm kind of over fighting these worms. Oh good, 155G and 10G! You know, these take the prize for worst chests in the game. Cerberus, who does Scourge. Not that bad. That could've been a lot worse. I'm sure there are chests that just straight up have nothing. There are chests that'll attack you. Definitely ways where it can be worse, but so far, those are the worst. Gif of the worst day of your life so far. Goes all the healing magic again. Yeah, I believe that. Empty. 2000. And... house. That I can't use in here. All this money and not a place to spend it. When I bought like 30 healing potions. I don't remember either, because they didn't last very long. Wizard Ogre and Green Ogre, this is fine. We'll just stab them. Oh wow. You know, I wasn't meaning that literally. But I'll take that happening literally. Bright side, if I die again, I know exactly where to go, and there's no point bothering to go anywhere else in here so far. Much more bet these are gonna be fun. Agma. Agma. Okay, that didn't hurt that. Dead. Oh, that happened, I guess? A lot of money for how much of a not fight that was. There's that level 15 that we had gained and lost before. 1,250. Wait a minute. That tile? We'll worry about it if I'm suddenly on that other tile again after this fight. I'm gonna purposely keep my hand off the D-pad because I don't need to use any magic here. There's stab hitting level 15. Okay, no, I didn't get moved. Oh, hey, speaking of something like that, we just got a wooden staff. Hooray! That fresh one. This game. So, ironically enough, I think the 10G chest is still worth more than the wooden staff is, actually. I think a wooden staff was 10G to buy. Was the wooden staff the one that was 5G? Thanks, I hate it. Eeny, meeny, miny, that one. I'm gonna assume this doesn't matter, and I'm just gonna turn around and walk away. Okay, this still isn't that bad. Could be a lot worse. Oh, actually, I probably shouldn't have used Ice 2 there. I just had a thought there, like, oh right, Ice is actually useful here. No! Well, then again, it killed the shit out of everything. So, trading for health, I guess. Because our health is kind of getting bad, and I'm running out of ways to fix that. fine. You target him, somebody else start working somebody else over. Or I'll end up double pressing and 3 of them will attack that guy, sure. It's kind of what I expected, he died instantly. They're gonna trust in Stump to kill that one. Yeah, that's about as expected. Hope here, I think, is to get very lucky against the Fire Fiend. Not up here yet. Of course, that is all assuming we even get to the Fire Fiend before we get chip damage to death here. We are just getting whittled down in here. I may have to sail back down to the other end when we die this time and go buy more healing potions just to sustain past all of the damage flow at the very least. I don't dare go into any fights with lower health because I might just get blasted by Red Gargoyle. Red Giants, huh? That's new. Anyway, I'm leaving. Goodbye. You're right, it was a close call. I have 2 healing potions. Let's get you off of 9 health, shall we? Not enough. It implies that there'd be enough somewhere in a dungeon. Assuming it's just saying that because I'm indoors and it won't use a house in. There's a chest. Hi, Agma. Not really a problem, my dude. Ow, you actually did something this time. Okay, you know what? I regret saying you weren't a problem. That's on me. Oh, and you didn't die? Oh, fuck me. It's on you. You still didn't manage to kill anybody. You may as well be dead, but we're still alive. Chest, it better be fucking worth it. It won't be. We have to fight one worth it. Brother! Ah. What's commonly referred to as a f***ing problem. The over-under on him just setting me on fire and... Probably pretty good. Probably pretty good. What if we confused him, though? Nice too, haha! Oh wow, you actually went first. That did 79. Ineffective. And Blaze, dead. 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 You know, that's actually a good time for everybody to die, though, because now, during the ads, I can go run and buy more healing items. Why is this fight even here? Aside from just to poison me, piss me off, and waste my time, because they all take a turn before I get a chance to even decide whether I would want to run away from this. Which I obviously want to run, because there's no point in fighting these. Gain like 10 experience from this. A waste of my time. Bad enough I have to sit here and juggle the party around because of it. Oh, that's right, Lit 2 didn't even do that much to them anyway. It would be nice to get a second gun today. That'll put us at least halfway through the orb session 2, and that would be progress. Clearly, I'm gonna need to pound so many more potions if we can get anywhere. These heroes are gonna have to develop a drinking problem because, well, I'm gonna have to chug. Honestly, with how long it's taking to sail back, y'all are gonna be out of the ads before I even get back to town. So much for my grand plan of y'all not having to see me buying a billion potions again. But unfortunately, that's just how this goes. Worth my while seeing what's down one of the other paths. I gotta remember, I don't have my sword or the fire shield anymore. Died. Be late. Great, thanks for the ambush. Poisoned and Bard's near. Dab's not doing great. Fire 3, please. Wow, that did not do very much damage to something that is a plant. Thank you. Yeah, you know, nothing pressing about what you were doing there, Bard. No. You weren't in danger of dying at all, anything. The rush. Like I took a wrong. I was supposed to turn up to. I knew I was gonna make a wrong turn somewhere. I just didn't know where. Absolutely not. I went for a chest I saw, Red Dragon appeared, did over 100 damage to everyone in the party, everyone died. Let's be real though, it was a foregone conclusion that we weren't making it on that attempt, with how we were out of everything again. Being out of everything and being at the Fiend is one thing, being unknown distance from the Fiend and being empty on everything basically meant that was a guaranteed failure. But turning around wasn't going to change anything. Gonna make it back out anyway, in that condition. So getting as much scouting information as possible was the only move. We'll get it back. It's just sitting in the dungeon waiting for me to come back and get it. Just waiting for me to press A about 500 more times so I have enough healing to get through this. So anyway, buckle up for this exciting action that's gonna happen here, because it's the only way we're making it through there. If it would have let me deploy the house somewhere in there, we would have been fine the entire time. Ah. Yeah, way out to the left, there's an ice sword and a flame shield, as it turns out. It is nice that they provide enough of those swords so that if you had a party with multiple fighters or something, you wouldn't actually be down too badly in weapons. There's certainly more than enough armor for like half a party to be fighters. Healing potion. 67, you know what? I don't think that's enough at the rate this is going. Anyway, back to doing this. For anybody keeping score, by the way, this is part bit, part I genuinely think I just need an asinine amount of potions. Because I just do not have enough healing. To be honest, I wasn't sure if it was going to tell me if I couldn't carry anymore or not. For all I knew, it would have let me keep burning my money until I ran out of money. It's probably 99. I doubt it would go to a third digit without letting you go past 100. Yeah, exactly. You just keep putting them in the bag and they fall out the end of the bag and it's like, nah, keep going, keep going. I should be hitting 99 here soon. We had 67 before. We're at a similar amount of time that it took me to get to 37 before. So, should be soon. There it is. Okay, I officially have 99 heals, and it's still going to run out by the time I get through that nightmare. If we end up with bad enough fights. The shop was you. Yeah, we already ran into some of them in the Earth Cave. That's why I had softs on me, because I assumed Earth Cave was gonna have things that would turn you to stone. And we did have one stoning incident. We got out of it pretty clean. We managed to escape that fight and unstone him pretty much immediately. There's any benefit of us trying to... Yeah, because you can't wield any level 6 magic. You can't even wield level 5 magic. That definitely makes me feel like I'm behind the curve on level. When I can't wield the magic that's available in the shops. Not that most of that magic's gonna make a difference, I don't think. Well, we haven't been sitting there and grinding, so it makes sense that I'd be a little bit behind the curve. Which is interesting because of how not really having that much trouble dispatching the enemies, we just have trouble surviving them. Which, that makes sense, because this team is relatively squishy, considering we have Stab and Cook here with the durability of paper. Bard at least reached cardboard. Stump's the only one with actual durability, and even he's struggling at times right now to survive things. Yeah, exactly. Interesting how I've ended up with a party that's half red, half blue. Is most of Stab is blue and most of Hook is blue. They turn too much magic on these guys. I mean, we can clear these Hydras without it being a major ordeal. Case in point. If anything, actually makes it take more time to fiddle around with the menu. Actually going this way on purpose. I want to see where the... I regret this curiosity, but I figure... Oh, kicked my ass. Maybe there's something that'll help me over here. Or it'll be worse over here. Of exploring. Look with the 80 damage crit there. Look at him go. Oh no, this was the volcano. The other way. There more than one. See, there's that one little dot up and right of where the volcano is. I got my wires crossed and thought the dot up there was the volcano and down here was where I was trying to get to. Find out what the other option was. Wait, no, because we were up in that town. Simplifies matters slightly. If it's another dungeon, I don't know if I want to go there right now. So, I suppose I'll ask this since I'm aware the place exists. Should I be there first, or should I be here first of the two? Because if I should be there first, I should probably turn around and go do that first. I don't feel too out of my depth here, outside of a couple specific encounters. Okay. It was safe to assume that it was a dungeon of some kind, either like a dungeon or a cave or something. Is for it to be out in the middle of nowhere like that, it wouldn't make sense for it to be anything else. That's kind of what I was assuming, with it being more out of the way. We're just not going in any of these rooms because we learned already that there's just a bunch of silver junk in there that just gets me killed by gargoyle. I do want to go over here to the left to go get the ice sword and the fire shield. No, not here. It's further down that I need to go to the left. There's Cerberus. They're not too bad. We can do this. Like, I really am having to pick and choose my fights right now. Well, yeah, if you know what you're getting into, I'm sure it's fine. But if it's genuinely a harder area, there'd be no point in me going there for... Considering, you know, already having trouble. Looking at the map, I could definitely see how you would end up at the other one. I just happened to take the right turn to go here instead of ending up there. That potion's pretty burnt. Yeah, that sounds about right. I should have saved again on my way in here, but I forgot. Way down. Unfortunately, impatience takes hold sometimes. Because we took such a long fucking trip to get here. Yeah. We saved on the way out of town, so worst case, all I lose is the trip back across. That's why I don't always think to do it spots like that. But I could have at least gotten a little bit more health back before. Would have been a bit of a difference, but not that much. Fire 2 these guys, because Fire 2's not going to be that useful down here. Whereas, plot for ice and such will actually be helpful. Because we proved that Ice 1 does decent damage against the fire element. Worst case, that'll do something. Hey, he got a kill. I'm always happy every time I see Cook get a knife kill. There's just something special to that. Over here is where I go get the sword and shield off to the side. Damn you. There's that tiny little delay when you click into this menu before it actually takes the right input. So I ended up wasting a potion. I'm trying to get through this menu sometime this century. I have to use so many potions. I'm just gradually getting more and more impatient and getting me into more trouble. Actually, I think I went the wrong way to get to where I'm... Quite possibly. And yeah, I went the wrong way to get to the part where the sword and shield is. It's get further down in this floor. Not dealing with it. Waste of my... I had to get a hit on that before we left. Fucking rude. Would have gotten to live if you hadn't set us all on fire, and now it's personal. Oh, and you get to do it twice, because God forbid I get to have these idiots move at any reasonable pace, ever. Like, that might be the most upsetting thing in actual fights, is how often enemies go first. Like, hey, you know that thief you've got whose whole thing think would be going first since he's not useful for anything else? Nope, he's too slow for that too. He's slower than half the party. There's just nothing good there. No redeeming quality. Oh good, a red hydro. Already had problems with one of these before. Nice, did 120. Let's kill it before we can do it. Yep. There's... Now this is the treasure. This is the one that had the ice sword. I remember finding the soft and then running off to the side and then finding the... I know I said that 3 times now, but this is the correct floor. So much of this place has run together in my head already, even though we've only been in here twice. As it turns out, it gets very hard to keep track of what a place looks like when the screen is constantly flashing at you. Need for Cook back. No. Really the only one of these I should even bother going into. It has the ice sword fire sheet. Obvious. On the bright side, we still have 60 potions left. We got to this point, so doing much better than last time, obviously. Yeah, the things we desire are in among these chests. A lot of money. There's the ice sword. We're gonna slap that in his hand immediately. Make it jump here. Gets to use it against the war. Need this. And with some basic lightning, because it's not like you're gonna use your level 1 slot for much of anything here anyway. Or, you know, a crit kill can happen. That's fine. I was literally adjusting in my chair because I'm like, I'm gonna have a moment here where I don't have to press any buttons. And then he just obliterates him. I understand that part of why this place takes forever is the fact that I'm constantly chugging potion. But understand this would take even longer if I didn't, because we'd be dead. Two critical hits in a row. Alright. And then stab did fuck all. Tradition upheld. I suppose I should be thankful. At least he's hitting. He hasn't been missing as much. He just sometimes does very negligible damages. Nothing of that. I think at best we found a house in one of them. This is the best other thing we found other than the ice sword and the fire shield. Okay, you guys aren't a problem. I can handle this. This is when they actually pull out like a death spell that they've been holding on to the entire time. Or not. Almost definitely going to be wrapping up after we finish the Fire Fiend. I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to take another try to make this all work, depending on how things play out on the way down the rest of this. A fair whack of ground to cover in here, for example. Kind of okay. Back to the chest. Guarded by 4 bulls. That's fine. That's fine when they punch the squishy guy in the face. Or crit the guy that has armor. That's also a problem. Got revenge, though. Immediately crit and killed the one that hit him. Half of them are dead immediately. I'll take that. Oh good, I fought 4 bulls for an empty chest. That for me. Walk the lava there. The lava really doesn't do that much damage. Like, I don't know if it's actually doing 1 per tile, because sometimes I swear some people's health bars aren't moving. We're doing the bullfighting again. Hey, sure! Maybe they'll roll better on their fire spells this time, at least quicker. Arguable whether that was better or not. That was definitely worth it. Still same result at the end of the day, but... This one's also empty. Great. So glad. I walked through lava for nothing. Under damage, no? Look at that. I'm getting a lot of crits out of it. I don't know if this game just has a lot of crits happening, if I'm just lucky today. And more today in particular. Bottom right we haven't seen. Bottom left is the one that had the dragon and the chest. Bottom we haven't seen. I think it was bottom. Either the bottom right or was this one. Rid of all the area damage from the servants, and it's to the chumps that they are. You would think wizard ogres would be more dangerous, but they aren't. Make themselves a little harder to hit, which never seems to really work out for them. And then they just kind of stand there and occasionally swing at you and they die. I have to assume there's something they're not using that I'm just getting really lucky that they're not doing. Entirely too suspicious. In fact, yeah, I think this is where the dragon was. Heal up to full. Like this. Or less full. With how we got eviscerated, it's gonna take a fair bit of health. I assume this is the chest that's gonna have something of value in this one. gonna take more than one round to actually hit him. Have to kill him. Rather not waste. Meanwhile, this fucking... Fast. Burn one of our ice tubes. That at least does over 104 on a crit. Good. And Bard actually went before Stump this time. When he just bit, he didn't actually burn us to death. And we killed it. Right, we didn't get set on fire this time. And that's the flame armor. That seems... That's definitely better. And I would assume that it's at least intended to protect against fire. I would bank on it actually working. Intended to do that. I can't wear either of these things on anybody else, so we'll throw those. So we have space in case there's something else that shows up. Now I'll go ahead and kill you. Oh yeah, wow, he suddenly took way less damage. He did gain like 10 defense. It makes sense that he's taking a lot less damage. But it's still shocking when it actually does something, you know? Went from doing 10 to him to doing 2. But on the one hand, it may not sound like much of a difference, but 8 less damage is worth my while. That drastically reduces the rate at which he's getting chipped down. Go for that one. That one. Respectable 9 damage. Much more respectable 95. And you one-shot him. So glad I bothered to send somebody else with you. I'm sure I bet the bottom middle is actually the one I wanted the entire time, and I've chosen every one except the one I want. Now, that would partially be by design, admit, because I want to make sure that I'm not leaving anything good behind. Nope, it is actually the bottom left corner. Okay. Come back to that in a second. Make sure that that bottom middle one doesn't have anything I actually want. Hoping you were to do better than that. Shouldn't expect much out of you. No sooner do I say that does he miss and progress. Again, he did use ruse, and now he's blinding everybody as well. You know, blind doesn't work. Oh, he has sleep. I'm surprised that that's the first time he's done that, and he actually managed to put everybody to sleep one turn, as usual. That was annoying, but he didn't have any follow-up, because that was his whole turn, make us not have a turn. Oh, and he does have hold. Why is this one in particular casting everything else that he has, whereas all the other ones never did anything other than bruise and then hit with club? Oh, he has ice too as well. Where were all these spells from the other ones? Proves my point that I'd made before that they must have been not using some of their stuff, though. That was the most elite wizard ogre out there. Like, he was the gold standard the rest of them are held up to. Now he's dead. Exactly, yeah. Fight the fiend. What's in this other spot? Assuming there's even anything here, and I might be just wasting my time. Check. Big room. Tired of this game. To be honest with you. Keep making me fight these guys over and over. Yep, casting roots. Casting root. I'm assuming it's guaranteed that their first turn they cast root. That seems like just a hard-coded thing, because they've done it every time. Hit. Someone also got hit. Clubbed. And then stab missed. One gonna lock in, or is he gonna die? Everybody other than Stab missed that time. Even Cook. God damn it, don't let him cook. Yep, there's the dark spell coming out. I'm assuming he's gonna follow his playbook then. If he lives through the turn, he's gonna then put us to sleep. Except he didn't live through this turn, so it didn't matter. And there's nothing here. I came all the way over here for just a bunch of fucking candles. Oh, curiosity, why must you be the bane of my existence? And I needed to know, though. If I didn't go look, we all know that that's where the fire sword would have been. So if there's a fire sword down here, I don't know where it would be. That's the only other room down here. Unless it was in the floor above and I missed it. It's possible. I just said fire, that doesn't mean it needed to show up. And that's always possible. There's a lot of chests, a lot of items. Very easy to end up just getting wires crossed some. That would make sense. You would have the sword that counters the area in the area, basically. And the armor that matches the area. To our health. Come. Let's do this. Let's beat the fire fiend. Did you hear that earth stir? I, Gary, show you the fire. Shall burn. Hi, lady. You got a very strange voice. Once I started that, I was gonna commit to it, regardless of what it ended up looking like. Just make Stump fast. Good ice. Yeah, good regular ices. Doesn't do. My sword did okay. Okay, that was a crit. That's not as scary, though. It's not great, but it's not as scary. It's my better judge. Well, no. Make yourself fast. It'd be more worthwhile than making Stab fast. Start hitting her with Ice 2s and... Well... So much for the Ice 2 plan. That was Cook's entire health bar. He was at full health. That's a problem. I mean, I feel like we all know that that was an inevitability, but at the same time, yikes. She was smart. She was smart not to play along with that idea. I have a cunning scheme, though. Wow, 31 with a crit, huh? That's a yikes. Make the entire party invisible since... Oh, nope, there we go. There's the fire. There's the pain. $238 crit? Okay. I may have made a mistake by casting invisibility. I think it may have triggered, hey, I'm gonna start setting you on fire, AI. Okay, that's fine. Still a real big target, and you're dead. Cook, once again, this is a fight. He survived the other one, and then died in this one. But everyone else lived. Cook died for their sins. But hey, that is 2 Fiends beaten first try. I will take that as a success, having beaten both the Fiends I've faced. Nothing here except dead Cook. Wait. Huh. Huh. Maybe it's just me, but it feels weird that those aren't side by side. Find out that I did everything out of order somehow, which seems physically impossible considering we couldn't get to the other places, but at the same time, we still don't have a means of getting to the other 2 land maps. Plus the Circle of Wizards is gonna give me a fucking float stone, so... And that might be exactly what happened. Yeah, that's what I thought. Stump and Bard are both 16. Okay. Actually, wait, Bard, did you get 5? You did, okay, thank God. At least he'll be able to cast Cure 3 now. That will help our healing woes a little bit. Pursue Hybrid Caster being multiple levels behind in Magic tiers. But we made it. Wait, nope, don't in yet. Nope. Bring the dead man back first. Let's not pay for the inn twice here. This inn's expensive. I remembered. We have 63,000 gold, I would like to point out. And I'm gonna end up spending a bunch of that on more healing potions. Between sessions. I'm gonna do that between sessions so y'all don't have to sit through that. We are gonna wrap up here now, having done 2 of the Fiends. I think that's good enough progress for 1 session. Said that before. That before. I think that said before. Firefall. Powers that bind this. Just purpose. We can make the orb shine again. Fire Fiend won't burn everything up as I've burned him up. Or her up. Alright. Yep. Very good. So glad these guys are so useful. No, don't bring your circle of wizards together to help out or anything. No, just stand there in an awkward circle and do your jig for all eternity. As the world burns around you. Useless world. That doesn't surprise me. Not even a good trick. That was the useless one. Up, and we already bought everything from the armor shop. I'll double check the people here in town so I can make a note if I need to go. Yeah, we can do it. We already did. Sleeping guy's awake now. Oh, yeah. For 10 years, I probed for the floater. Due north to the ice cave. That's kind of what I was suspecting. It was the only other place left. Why I wanted to talk to somebody. Yeah, you know, an ice cave, like a stone's throw away from a volcano. Makes about as much sense as everything else in this world, I suppose. There we go. It's sure ice cave near volcano has floater is noted down for me. So I know that's what I'm doing next. Once I have the floater, the whole rest of this is gonna open up just fine. Because we'll be able to go most everywhere, I assume, once the airship can fly. Being, you know, an airship. Oh joy, you're really selling me on this place, I gotta say. It sounds like it's gonna be my new vacation home. The most chill of places. Somehow I doubt that. I would be genuinely surprised if I was relieved by any location in the game at any point, other than the end credits. The end credits will be very relieving. And then somehow the end credits gonna reach out and Cook's gonna die again. Because we all know it has to be Cook that dies at the end. It has to come full circle. Exactly. As he began his adventure, he has to end his adventure on the floor, face down. Which, you know, it already came full circle today. We started this session, Cook died. We're ending the session, and Cook died. Poor guy. Yeah. Died as he died. Dead again. I really do feel slightly bad for just constant shitting on him, but the world does it for me. I don't know what else to say there. Yep, we'll be back to this on next Monday. Thing is, Stab's not been as bad today. Stab's actually been doing things. Not been doing a lot, but he stayed alive and he hit 90% of his attacks today, I want to say. That is true. But that's the balance, is Cook is a roller coaster. Cook is up here, then down here, then up here, then down here. There's no middle ground with the man. He's just constantly at one end or the other. Whereas I'm kind of running out of disappointment for Stab because he's been consistent. He's just consistently down here. Not at the bottom anymore. He's kind of moved up slightly. But he's like a flat line the whole time. We gotta watch out if the other two fiends hear about what happened to the first two. They're gonna come in, kill Cook immediately, turn Stump to stone, and then I'm just gonna cry. I'll have nothing left. Bard will try his best, and Stab will probably stab Bard somehow. And that'll be the end of it. Then our adventure ends there. That would actually make for a really fun twist. Shame I can't actually implement that to make that happen. Just turn friendly fire on somehow. I'm just having the classic taking a moment to decide where we're going situation. And sure. Rowdy is it? Okay, their ads have literally just triggered, so we're gonna stall for a little bit and then we'll go. Sounds good. Safe trip to the gas station, and hopefully you can get some good chocolate. Thank you for being here. Go ahead and get my ending thought processes out of the way as I send us all. Get anything in? Okay. So. Oh, definitely. I appreciate the fact that you've been fairly consistent about being here regardless. I do see that. Yeah, to rehash schedule, even though I talked about it in the middle. Tomorrow we continue Hollow Knight, obviously. More than likely get another solid chunk of the way through that game. Thursday we'll be playing Peak with a bunch of the Gremlins. That'll be a good time. Friday is the start of the first of the small archipelagos that we're doing. And then Saturday, either Archipelago Part 2 to finish that one off. Figure out what I'm... Which I would announce right now what game I'm playing for Archipelago, but I actually still haven't decided yet. I need to get that done. I need to make a decision there. Definitely not going to be something we're currently doing. I might bring the Messenger back because it's been a long time since I did the randomizer for the Messenger. That's a fairly short one, as long as things go right. Can get stuck a bit easy. Most things can get stuck fairly easy in Archipelago, so it's a gamble no matter how you look at that. The following week, we go back to this for Monday, obviously. Tuesday, we continue Hollow Knight. We might be ending Hollow Knight that week. We'll see. It depends on how well we do at getting through it. I wouldn't be surprised if Hollow Knight goes into a fourth session, just like this probably is going to be a fourth session. Get through this too, if not a fifth one. And then that Thursday is either going to be the start of the other archipelago, depending on how things go, or another collab, depending on how... Basically, how this week turns out will determine what next week looks like in the second half. First half's locked in. It's always going to be Final Fantasy, then Hollow Knight until one or both of them are done. That part's easy. That gets that thought process out of the way. I needed to think for a second. But there's no need for me to have to like go back and cover what I had talked about before any further or anything. If you want to hear me ranting about people's behavior and AI and things like that, you can see me rant about that when I do on Blue Sky. I don't really want to bring that here and bring that energy into the live commentary if I don't have to. And I suppose one more reminder, there is going to be the birthday stream on the 3rd of February. Hard set times and everything for that have not happened yet. It will be starting at normal time. I just don't know what the schedule for it's going to look like, because I've got a decent amount of people that have said, yeah, they want to be in that day to do something. We just haven't decided what any of that's going to entail yet. I'm waiting to make sure everybody that wants to chime in for that chimes in before I say, like, hey, we're doing this, we're doing that. And give any, like, concrete things to make it confusing or complicated for anybody. Go ahead and Kato, I've been talking to recently, and they've been very nice. We have plans to play with them sometime soon, TM. I say soon, TM, because there's not really in the current schedule for it, and it will very heavily depend on what ends up happening next week, whether there's going to be a spot in the schedule to play with them that week. Little up in the air, a little complicated. This is what I get for overbooking my schedule, as I do. But thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. Like I said before, back tomorrow with Hollow Knight. Be good to Cozy. She's good people, and I'll see y'all next time. Good night, everybody. This way we get out of here before the ad starts.